Listen to me carefully. What you are about to hear is not a motivational message, and it is not a comforting thought. If this video found you today, it's because something in the spiritual realm has already noticed you. This is not random, and it is not coincidence. There are moments when heaven allows a message to reach you because what is happening around you cannot be explained only by the natural. Let me be very direct. Most people read Psalm 91 as a promise, but very few understand it as a war protocol. They quote it for comfort, but they don't realize it was written for people who would face pressure, threats, and unseen resistance. Here is a question almost no one asks. Why does this psalm speak so clearly about danger, arrows, pestilence, terror at night, and destruction at noon if it was meant only to calm the heart? Why would God describe attacks in such detail unless He was preparing you to survive them? Right now, there are people watching this who have felt unexplained pressure, sudden fear, and a mental exhaustion that doesn't match their life. A heaviness that shows up without a clear reason, sleep that feels restless, thoughts that feel crowded, an inner alertness as if something is trying to get closer. And in silence, you've been asking yourself what changed, why you feel exposed, why things that never bothered you before suddenly feel heavier. This is why I need you fully present. Psalm 91 was never given to passive believers. It was given to people who would become targets, people who would walk forward while others stayed comfortable. And here is a truth most churches don't say plainly. When you move closer to purpose, you don't just attract favor, you attract resistance. Advancement always triggers opposition. Psalm 91 is not God hiding you from reality. It is God teaching you how to stand inside reality without being destroyed by it. It is not about escaping danger, it is about being preserved in the middle of it. Before this video ends, you will understand why certain attacks were blocked without you even noticing, why some things that should have broken you did not succeed, and why heaven is paying attention to you right now. Stay with me, because once you understand what Psalm 91 really activates, you will never pray it the same way again. Welcome to Psalm 91 Warfare. This is not just a YouTube channel. This is a living, active community of faith, prayer, and spiritual warfare. Right now, you are among more than 32,000 active intercessors who stand together in prayer, covering one another, families, homes, and destinies. Here, no one fights alone. This community exists for people who understand that life is not only physical, but spiritual. People who know that some battles are won on their knees before they are ever seen in the natural. Every video you watch here is part of a greater movement of agreement, where thousands are praying at the same time, declaring the same truths, and activating the same promises of God over their lives. When you stay connected to this community, you are not just listening to a message. You are entering a moment of spiritual alignment. As prayers are released, intercessors from different nations are lifting you up, even if they don't know your name. Heaven responds to unity, and there is power when believers stand together with one voice. If you want to be covered in prayer, if you want to stand in faith with others who refuse to give up, and if you want to grow stronger spiritually every day, then you belong here. Subscribe and make Psalm 91 Warfare part of your daily walk with God. This is a place of protection, authority, and perseverance. To seal this moment and take your place in this community, write this declaration in the comments. God fights my battles for me and for my family. As you do, know this: you are being prayed for, you are being covered, and you are not alone. Stay with us, stay connected, and stay under the covering of faith and prayer. Now I want you to act in faith, not later, not when the video ends, right now. If this message is speaking to you, don't stay silent. Silence never wins spiritual battles. Movement does. First, take a step of faith and subscribe to Psalm 91 Warfare. When you subscribe, you are not just joining a channel, you are entering a covering. You are aligning yourself with a community that prays, intercedes, and stands in agreement every single day. This is how you stay spiritually connected and protected. Then, like this video, that simple action is not just for the algorithm. It helps this message reach others who are under pressure, others who need protection, others who are fighting battles they haven't told anyone about. Now go to the comments and make your declaration with boldness. Don't whisper it in your heart. Write it where faith becomes visible. God fights my battles for me and for my family. As you write it, believe this: heaven responds to agreement. When thousands declare the same truth, chains break, fear loses power, and protection is activated. Finally, don't leave yet. Stay connected. Watch the next recommended video and remain under this atmosphere of prayer. The fight doesn't end here, and neither does the covering. Stand firm, stay alert, and keep walking in faith. You are not alone, and God is fighting for you. Listen carefully and stay present. This is not just the continuation of a message. This is the beginning of a confrontation. There are battles that begin in one generation and quietly move to the next, not because God allowed them, but because no one stood up to end them. What you are facing did not start with you, but it has been following you, observing patterns, waiting for moments of weakness, repeating the same cycles in different forms. And the reason this moment matters is because God does not reveal battles unless He intends to finish them. Psalm 35 and Psalm 17 were not written for casual moments. They were born out of pressure, pursuit, and injustice. They are the voice of someone who realized that the fight was no longer just external. It had become spiritual, strategic, and deeply personal. David understood something most people miss. When attacks keep repeating without explanation, when opposition appears even when you walk uprightly, when your family line carries the same struggles in different generations, you are not dealing with coincidence. You are dealing with a generational resistance that must be confronted with authority. There are people listening right now who have done nothing wrong, yet they feel constantly opposed. You try to move forward and something pushes back. You try to rest and your mind stays alert. You try to build and something collapses unexpectedly. This is not because you are weak. In many cases, it is because you are the one chosen to break what others tolerated. And when that happens, the pressure increases before it breaks. Psalm 35 opens with a bold request. Contend, Lord, with those who contend with me. Fight against those who fight against me. That is not fear speaking. That is alignment. David was not asking God to hide him. He was asking God to step into the battlefield and take over the fight. This is the posture of someone who understands spiritual authority. When God fights, the enemy does not negotiate. When God rises, patterns collapse. Psalm 17 complements this by revealing the inner examination. You have tested my heart. You have examined me at night. This matters because generational attacks often try to disguise themselves as personal failure. They whisper accusations. They try to convince you that the problem is you. But God examines before He defends. He confirms integrity before He releases judgment. This is why these two psalms together are powerful. One calls God into the battle. The other confirms you are not the source of the problem. There are inherited battles that operate like shadows. They follow quietly. They do not always attack loudly. Sometimes they work through delay, sometimes through confusion, sometimes through repeated disappointment. The enemy hopes you normalize what God wants you to confront, but today that pattern is being exposed. As we move through this warfare declaration 7 times, understand this clearly. Repetition in Scripture is not ritual, it is reinforcement. 7 represents completion. When something is declared 7 times in faith, it is not begging, it is closing a cycle. What followed your family line stops when someone with discernment and faith stands up and says, "No further." If you feel a stirring inside you right now, that is not emotion, that is recognition. Your spirit recognizes this moment. You were not brought here to be informed, but to be positioned. The reason the attack intensified before now is because the end of the cycle is near. Resistance always increases before collapse. God does not expose generational battles to scare you. He exposes them to end them. And He does not send you into a fight without standing in front of you. Psalm 35 makes that clear. Psalm 17 seals it. The enemy may have studied your bloodline, but God authored your destiny. And destiny outranks inheritance. Before we go further, take a step of agreement and faith. Write this in the comments now. God fights for me, and this cycle ends here. This is not for visibility. It is alignment. When you speak, heaven responds. Stay with me. We are just beginning. The next block will take us deeper into how these attacks operate and why they lose their power when confronted with truth. Stay focused, because what we are about to address now goes deeper. Many people can identify that something is wrong, but very few understand how generational attacks actually operate. The enemy's greatest advantage has never been power. It has always been familiarity. He studies patterns. He observes family lines. He looks for repeated weaknesses, repeated doors, repeated wounds that were never healed or confronted. And when he finds them, he exploits them quietly, generation after generation. This is why Psalm 35 is so confrontational. David does not pray politely. He does not minimize the threat. He names it. He exposes it. He calls it out directly. Contend with those who contend with me. That word, contend, implies a legal dispute, a case brought before a higher authority. David understood that spiritual warfare is not chaos. It is order. It is about jurisdiction. Whoever has legal ground has access. Whoever loses ground loses influence. Generational attacks often begin with unaddressed trauma, injustice, sin, or spiritual compromise somewhere in the family line. Over time, they stop looking like spiritual issues and start looking like normal life. Patterns of broken relationships, patterns of financial instability, patterns of fear, anger, addiction, sickness, or early death. The danger is not the pattern itself. The danger is when people accept the pattern as identity. Psalm 17 addresses this directly when David says, "My steps have held fast to your paths. My feet have not slipped." This is critical. David separates his walk from the attack. He refuses to internalize the accusation. Generational warfare always tries to confuse the two. It wants you to believe that what is happening to you is because of who you are, not because of what is following you. But God does not confuse the innocent with the guilty. He examines before He judges. There are people listening right now who have spent years trying to fix themselves, improve themselves, correct themselves, when the real issue was never personal failure. It was inherited resistance. And the enemy was happy to let you stay exhausted, thinking the problem was you, as long as you never confronted him. But that season ends when truth enters. Psalm 35 reveals something else that is important. The enemy often attacks without cause. David says, "They hid their net for me without cause." This is a clear sign of generational warfare. When attacks have no clear origin, when hostility feels disproportionate, when opposition appears even when you're doing right, that is not coincidence. That is spiritual hostility reacting to calling. Generational attacks intensify when someone in the family line begins to walk differently. When you choose integrity, prayer, obedience, and spiritual awareness, you disrupt patterns. And disruption provokes reaction. The enemy does not want the cycle broken. He wants it normalized, ignored, or blamed on personality. But Psalm 35 gives language to confront unjust pursuit, and Psalm 17 gives confidence to stand clean before God while doing it. Understand this clearly. Breaking generational attacks does not require you to know every detail of your family history. It requires you to stand in agreement with God's authority over it. David did not trace every enemy's origin. He brought the case to God. When heaven takes the case, outcomes change. This is why the 7 times declaration matters. Each repetition is not a plea. It is a strike against the same root. You are not addressing 7 different problems. You are confronting one system repeatedly until it collapses. Patterns fall when authority is consistently applied. Some people fear confronting generational issues because they think it will open doors. The opposite is true. Ignoring them leaves doors open. Exposure closes doors, light ends shadows, and Psalm 35 and 17 are psalms of light. They expose the unseen, the hidden, the unfair, and the inherited, and they hand them over to God's justice. As we continue, I want you to remember this. You are not late. You are not weak. You are not behind. You are positioned. God does not assign cycle breakers randomly. He assigns them to those who can withstand pressure without losing faith. The very fact that you are here means you were trusted with this moment. Take another step of agreement now. Write this declaration in the comments. I will not carry what was never meant to follow me. This is not defiance. It is alignment with truth. Remain steady as we go deeper, because one of the most exhausting forms of generational warfare is not sudden attack, but repeated delay. There are people who are not destroyed, but constantly postponed. You move forward, but something slows you down. You make progress, but it feels like it never fully manifests. Doors seem close to opening, then stall. Opportunities appear, then dissolve. Over time, this creates quiet frustration and spiritual fatigue. And if not discerned, delay can do what fear could not, convince you to lower your expectations. Psalm 35 addresses this kind of warfare directly. David speaks of enemies who rewarded me evil for good and dug pits for my soul. This language reveals strategy, not chaos. Pits are not meant to attack openly. They are meant to trap, delay, and immobilize. Generational attacks often operate this way. They are designed to keep you busy, surviving instead of advancing, tired instead of fulfilled, faithful but discouraged. The enemy does not always need to destroy a person if he can keep them waiting indefinitely. Psalm 17 brings clarity to this by grounding the soul. David declares that his steps have held firm, that his mouth has not transgressed, that his heart has been tested. This matters because delay tries to accuse you internally. It whispers that if God truly intended to move, he would have done it already. It tempts you to question your obedience, your worth, or your timing. But God's examination is not for condemnation. It is for confirmation. Delay does not mean denial, and silence does not mean absence. Generational delay often masquerades as patience. While patience is a fruit of the Spirit, forced waiting caused by spiritual resistance is not the same. The danger is when people spiritualize what God wants them to confront. David did not say, "I will simply wait and accept this." He prayed. He called on God to act. He refused to normalize obstruction. This is critical. What you tolerate quietly can become a pattern loudly. There are families where advancement always seems one step away. Someone is always almost there, almost healed, almost stable, almost prosperous, almost at peace. That almost can span generations. But Psalm 35 does not accept proximity as success. It calls for completion. It calls for resolution. And Psalm 17 reinforces that call by anchoring the believer in righteousness and trust, not resignation. Another tactic of generational delay is distraction. The enemy introduces minor battles to keep you from winning the major one. Emotional conflicts, relational strain, endless small fires that drain your focus. By the time you lift your head, years have passed. Psalm 17's prayer for focus, "Let my steps be firm," is a request for clarity. When your steps are firm, distraction loses its grip. When your direction is clear, delay becomes visible for what it is. It is important to understand that God does not rush, but neither does he stall. When something repeatedly blocks movement without explanation, it is often spiritual resistance, not divine timing. Discernment is knowing the difference. Psalm 35 teaches you how to invite God into the obstruction itself, not just into the outcome. When God confronts what is slowing you down, acceleration follows naturally. Some people fear confronting delay because they worry they are being impatient. But David's prayers were not impatient. They were aligned. He knew God's character. He knew God is just. He knew God defends the upright. He also knew that prolonged injustice is not a virtue. Waiting becomes dangerous when it dulls expectancy. God wants faith active, not dormant. As this resonates with you, take a moment to reflect on where delay has shown up in your life or family. It might be financial, emotional, relational, or spiritual. You do not need to analyze it deeply right now. Simply acknowledge it, and if you feel led, write a brief prayer request in the comments naming that area. Even a word like delay, finances, peace, or direction is enough. When you name it, you invite prayer into it, and agreement weakens resistance. Psalm 35 also reveals that God does not ignore prolonged battles. David speaks with confidence that joy will return, that shame will be reversed, that those who oppose will lose their ground. This is not wishful thinking. It is covenant language. Delay does not cancel promise. It only highlights the moment when God intervenes. Psalm 17 closes with a powerful expectation. As for me, I will behold your face in righteousness. When I awake, I shall be satisfied. This is not about sleep. It is about awakening to fulfillment. Satisfaction is the opposite of delay. It is completion. It is arrival. It is peace after movement. David expected not just survival, but fulfillment. Generational delay breaks when someone refuses to accept almost as the final answer. When you stand in prayer, clarity, and agreement, you shift the timeline, not by force, but by alignment. God accelerates what resistance tried to slow. What followed your family line does not control your future. If you feel that this speaks directly to your situation, place your prayer request in the comments now. This community stands in agreement for movement, clarity, and breakthrough. What is brought into prayer does not remain stagnant. It begins to move. Hold this truth firmly. Delay is not your identity. Waiting is not your destiny. God's justice moves with purpose, and when it moves, it completes what resistance tried to interrupt. Remain attentive, because another common layer of generational warfare is repetition. Not just delay, but the feeling that the same type of battle keeps returning in different forms. You change environments, you mature, you pray, you grow, yet the same resistance shows up again. Different faces, different seasons, but the same pressure. Over time, this repetition can quietly wear down hope, making you wonder if progress is even possible. Psalm 35 exposes this pattern clearly. David speaks of enemies who repay evil for good and gather against me when I was unaware. This reveals something important. Repetition does not always come from your actions. Sometimes it comes from a system that learned your family line. Generational attacks repeat because they were never fully confronted. They adapt, but they do not innovate. The enemy reuses what once worked, hoping it will keep working. Psalm 17 addresses the internal danger of repetition, discouragement. When the same kind of battle keeps resurfacing, the mind starts building conclusions. This always happens. Nothing ever changes. Why try again? These thoughts feel logical, but they are not truth. They are fatigue talking. And fatigue is one of the enemy's favorite tools because tired people stop resisting with authority. David's response is instructive. He does not ignore repetition, and he does not internalize it. He brings it before God. He allows God to examine his heart, not to condemn him, but to remind him of alignment. Repetition tries to confuse cause and effect. It tries to make you believe that because something keeps happening, you must be the reason. But God separates the pattern from the person. Many families experience repeating themes: constant conflict, recurring financial instability, cycles of broken trust, patterns of abandonment, or ongoing health struggles. Over time, these patterns become normal. Children grow up expecting them. Adults adjust their expectations around them, but what is familiar is not always acceptable. Psalm 35 does not treat repetition as normal. It treats it as opposition. Another subtle danger of repetition is emotional numbness. After facing the same battle enough times, people stop reacting. They stop praying with expectation. They stop asking boldly. They pray defensively instead of authoritatively. Psalm 17 pushes against this by restoring perspective. David reminds himself that God sees, God hears, and God acts. Repetition does not dull God's awareness, even if it dulls human emotion. This is why the 7 times declaration matters so deeply. Repetition created the pattern, but repetition in faith dismantles it. Each declaration is not redundant, it is targeted. You are not repeating words. You are applying pressure consistently until resistance collapses. What resists once may resist twice. What resists repeatedly eventually breaks when authority remains steady. There is also a spiritual lie hidden in repetition, that endurance alone is the goal. Endurance matters, but endurance without breakthrough leads to resignation. God does not only call his people to endure cycles, he calls them to end them. David endured, yes, but he also confronted, prayed, declared, and expected change. Psalm 35 shows us that God responds to unjust repetition. David asks God to intervene publicly, to reverse shame, to expose those who operate in hidden ways. This matters because repetition often thrives in secrecy. When no one talks about it, when no one prays specifically about it, when it remains unnamed, it stays powerful. Exposure weakens repetition. Psalm 17 reinforces this by anchoring identity. David does not allow repetition to redefine who he is. He grounds himself in God's righteousness and presence. This protects the heart from bitterness. Bitterness is another way repetition wins quietly. It convinces you that resistance is permanent and hope is naive. But faith remains active when identity remains intact. If you recognize a repeating pattern in your life or family, this is not a moment for shame. It is a moment for clarity. Awareness is the beginning of authority, and you do not need to confront it alone. If you feel led, write a short prayer request in the comments describing the pattern you are tired of seeing. Repeat. You do not need to explain everything. When you name it, you allow this community to stand with you in prayer and agreement. God does not shame people for noticing patterns. He empowers them to end them. Repetition is not proof of defeat. It is proof that the same strategy is being used because something deeper has not yet been addressed. And when something deeper is addressed, repetition loses its grip. Psalm 17's confidence is not emotional, it is relational. David trusts God's justice because he knows God's character. This trust fuels persistence without despair. You can pray repeatedly without losing hope when you know who you are praying to. God does not get tired of hearing the same cry when it is rooted in truth. As these truths settle in, remember this: what has repeated is not eternal. Patterns are not promises. Cycles are not covenants. God's word has greater authority than history, and his intention outweighs inheritance. When repetition meets revelation, change begins. If repetition has been part of your story, do not stay silent. Place your prayer request in the comments and let agreement surround it. What is confronted in prayer does not continue unchecked. What is lifted into the light begins to lose its hold. Hold on to this assurance. Repetition is being challenged, authority is being applied, and what once returned again and again is losing its permission to stay. Remain grounded as we move forward, because another layer of generational warfare that often goes unnoticed is exhaustion. Not physical tiredness alone, but a deep weariness of the soul. This is the kind of fatigue that comes from fighting the same battles internally for too long without visible resolution. You are still functioning, still believing, still praying, but something inside feels worn down, and that weariness is not random. Psalm 35 reveals that prolonged opposition drains strength when it is not confronted with clarity. David speaks of sorrow for his soul, of anguish caused by those who pursue him unjustly. This tells us something important. Spiritual battles are not only about attack, they are about endurance. The enemy understands that if he cannot overpower you, he can try to exhaust you. Tired people are easier to discourage. Weary people lower their guard. Exhaustion is not defeat, but it can become a gateway if left unaddressed. Psalm 17 brings a different tone. David asks God to hear his plea, to give ear to his prayer that does not come from deceitful lips. This is the prayer of someone who is tired but still honest, worn but still aligned. Generational exhaustion often develops when people feel they must be strong without being supported. They carry burdens silently. They feel responsible for holding everything together. Over time, this creates isolation, and isolation feeds weariness. There are families where exhaustion becomes inherited. Parents are tired, children grow up tired, dreams are postponed not because of lack of ability, but because of lack of energy. People learn to survive instead of expect. They learn to manage stress instead of confront it. But God does not design his people to live depleted. Weariness is a signal, not a sentence. Psalm 35 shows that David did not hide his exhaustion from God. He spoke it. He named it. He did not pretend he was unaffected. This matters because pretending strength does not produce strength. Honest prayer does. When you acknowledge weariness before God, you are not confessing weakness. You are inviting renewal. Psalm 17 reinforces this by grounding rest in relationship. David trusts that God examines him, sees him, and keeps him as the apple of his eye. This identity restores strength. Many people feel tired not because they are doing too much, but because they feel unseen. When you feel unseen, effort feels heavier. But when you know you are seen, endurance is renewed. Generational exhaustion often comes from carrying battles that were never yours to carry. Emotional burdens passed down, expectations inherited, responsibilities assumed too early. Over time, the soul learns to stay tense, always alert, always bracing for impact. This is not peace. This is survival mode, and Psalm 17's prayer for protection under God's wings is an invitation out of survival and into security. It is important to understand that rest is not avoidance. Biblical rest is restoration. It is not disengaging from the fight. It is being strengthened for it. David did not stop confronting his enemies. He rested in God while confronting them. This balance is key. Without it, people burn out spiritually even while doing the right things. Psalm 35 also reminds us that God is attentive to prolonged suffering. David speaks with confidence that God will not be silent forever. Silence can feel like abandonment when exhaustion is high. But silence is often preparation. God strengthens internally before he moves externally. What feels like waiting is often fortifying. If you feel tired in a way that prayer alone has not seemed to fix, this does not mean your faith is weak. It may mean you have been carrying too much alone. This is why community matters. This is why shared prayer matters. When burden is shared, strength multiplies. If exhaustion has been part of your story, emotional, mental, or spiritual, take a moment now and place a short prayer request in the comments. You do not need to explain everything. Even a simple word like strength, rest, or renewal is enough. When you do, you are allowing others to stand with you, and agreement releases relief. Psalm 17 ends with expectation, not depletion. David anticipates satisfaction, not survival. This is important. God's goal is not to keep you barely standing. His goal is to restore joy, clarity, and strength. Weariness is not the end of your story. It is a signal that restoration is needed and coming. Generational exhaustion breaks when someone chooses to stop carrying what was never assigned to them. When you release inherited pressure and receive divine strength, the cycle weakens. God replenishes what resistance tried to drain. As you sit with this truth, remember, you are allowed to rest without losing authority. You are allowed to ask for help without losing faith. You are allowed to be renewed without guilt. God sustains those he calls, and he restores those who have been worn down by long battles. If this resonates with you, do not keep it inside. Place your prayer request in the comments and let this community stand with you. What is shared in prayer does not remain heavy. It begins to lift. Hold on to this assurance. Strength is being renewed, weariness is being addressed, and what tried to exhaust you is losing its influence. Stay centered as we continue, because another hidden layer of generational warfare is confusion. Not loud confusion, but subtle disorientation. The kind that makes you question your decisions, doubt your discernment, and hesitate even when you're doing the right thing. Confusion blurs direction. It drains confidence. And over time, it can keep people circling the same ground instead of moving forward. Psalm 35 exposes how confusion is used strategically. David speaks of enemies who plot deceit and speak peace with their mouths, but devise deceit in their hearts. This reveals a tactic: distortion. When truth is distorted long enough, clarity weakens. Generational confusion often enters through mixed messages, inconsistent guidance, and environments where reality is constantly questioned. Children grow up learning to doubt what they see and feel. Adults learn to second-guess themselves, even when they are aligned with God. Psalm 17 brings stability into this fog. David asks God to hear his prayer and to keep him as the apple of his eye. This is grounding language. When God's gaze becomes your reference point, confusion loses its authority. Many people feel confused not because they lack wisdom, but because too many voices have been allowed to shape their decisions. Confusion multiplies when discernment is crowded. Generational confusion often disguises itself as humility. People say, "I'm not sure, I don't want to assume, I could be wrong," even when truth is evident. While humility is valuable, chronic uncertainty is not spiritual maturity. It is often a learned survival strategy. When environments are unpredictable, people learn to stay mentally flexible to avoid conflict. Over time, that flexibility becomes indecision. Psalm 35 confronts this by calling for exposure. David does not allow hidden agendas to operate unchallenged. He asks God to reveal, to intervene, to bring clarity through justice. Confusion thrives where things remain undefined. Clarity returns when truth is named. God is not the author of confusion, and anything that consistently clouds your discernment does not come from him. Psalm 17 also highlights examination. God tests the heart, not to confuse it, but to confirm it. This is important. Confusion often tells you that you cannot trust yourself. God's examination tells you that alignment is possible and real. When you know God sees your heart, you do not need to constantly prove yourself. This steadies the mind. There are families where confusion becomes inherited. Decisions are delayed. Conversations go unresolved. Boundaries remain unclear. Over time, people adapt by staying vague. But vagueness weakens authority. Psalm 35 shows that clarity is not aggressive, it is righteous. David is clear about who is opposing him and clear about who God is. This clarity creates momentum. Another way confusion operates is through emotional overload. When emotions pile up without resolution, the mind struggles to process direction. Psalm 17's request for protection under God's wings is also a request for mental peace. Protection is not only physical, it is cognitive. When your mind is guarded, confusion loses access. Confusion also feeds procrastination. When people are unsure, they wait. They hesitate. They delay action not because they are lazy, but because they fear making the wrong move. Over time, this delay can look like obedience, but it is actually paralysis. Psalm 35 breaks this paralysis by inviting God into decision-making. When God contends for you, movement resumes. If confusion has been present in your life about direction, relationships, calling, or next steps, this is not something to ignore. Confusion is not neutral. It drains energy and steals time. But it can be confronted gently through prayer and agreement. You do not need to force clarity. You need to invite God's order. As this speaks to you, take a moment to place a prayer request in the comments related to clarity or direction. You do not need to explain everything. Even words like clarity, decision, or guidance are enough. When you name confusion, you invite peace. And when many pray together, discernment sharpens. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction, not confusion. Satisfaction implies understanding, resolution, and peace. God does not intend for his people to live constantly unsure. He guides, he leads, he confirms. Confusion may have followed your family line, but it does not have authority over your future. Psalm 35 reinforces that God is active, not distant. He sees deception, he confronts distortion, he restores order. When God enters the picture, confusion cannot maintain its grip. Light reorganizes what darkness scrambled. As you continue listening and praying, remember this: clarity is not something you earn through stress. It is something you receive through alignment. When your heart is anchored and your prayers are honest, direction becomes clearer. Confusion fades, not because answers suddenly appear, but because peace settles in. If confusion has weighed on you, do not carry it alone. Place your prayer request in the comments and allow this community to stand with you. What is shared in prayer does not remain tangled. It begins to straighten. Hold on to this truth. Order is being restored, discernment is sharpening, and what once kept you uncertain is losing its influence. Remain attentive, because another layer of generational warfare that often hides beneath the surface is guilt. Not healthy conviction, but inherited guilt. The kind that makes you feel responsible for things you did not cause, accountable for outcomes you did not choose, and ashamed without a clear reason. This kind of guilt keeps people apologizing for existing, shrinking their expectations, and carrying emotional weight that was never assigned to them. Psalm 35 confronts false guilt by exposing injustice. David speaks as someone who has been accused without cause, opposed without reason, and repaid evil for good. This matters because unjust accusation is a common weapon in generational battles. When guilt is passed down, people learn to assume blame before understanding truth. They over-explain. They overcompensate. They carry responsibility for broken systems they did not create. Over time, this erodes confidence and distorts identity. Psalm 17 provides the corrective lens. David invites God to examine him, not because he fears exposure, but because he trusts God's judgment. This is crucial. False guilt thrives when people fear being seen. True integrity thrives when people welcome examination. God's examination does not crush, it clarifies. When God examines, he separates what belongs to you from what does not. There are family lines where guilt becomes a default posture. Children grow up feeling like a burden. Adults feel guilty for resting, succeeding, or setting boundaries. Saying no feels wrong. Asking for help feels selfish. This is not humility, it is inherited distortion. Psalm 35 does not accept distorted narratives. David calls on God to defend his innocence publicly. He asks for vindication, not validation. Vindication restores truth. Another way guilt operates is through misplaced responsibility. People feel responsible for keeping peace at any cost, fixing everyone's problems, or holding families together. When things fall apart, they internalize the failure. Over time, this creates a savior complex rooted in guilt, not love. Psalm 17's prayer for protection under God's wings is a release from that burden. Protection implies coverage. Coverage implies that not everything rests on you. Guilt also weakens prayer. People pray cautiously when they feel unworthy. They soften their requests. They lower their expectations. They ask indirectly instead of boldly. But Psalm 35 is not a timid prayer. It is confident, direct, and grounded in relationship. David does not approach God as someone begging for mercy he doesn't deserve. He approaches as someone aligned with covenant. Psalm 17 reinforces this alignment by anchoring identity. David knows who he is before God. This is what breaks false guilt. When you know where you stand, accusations lose power. The enemy often uses guilt to keep people silent. Silent people do not confront. Silent people do not ask. Silent people do not challenge patterns. Guilt thrives in silence. There are people listening who feel guilty for things that happened long before they were born. They feel pressure to fix generational pain, to redeem family stories, to carry emotional debts that are not theirs. Compassion is good. Responsibility for inherited wounds is not. You can honor your family without carrying their guilt. God does not ask you to pay for what he already covered. Psalm 35 shows that God takes accusations seriously. He does not dismiss them lightly, but he also does not allow them to stand unchallenged. When you bring false guilt before God, he addresses it. When you name it, he separates it. Truth dismantles shame. Psalm 17's confidence reminds us that righteousness is not self-produced. It is received through relationship. You do not need to prove your worth through endless effort. You are already seen, examined, and known by God. This awareness releases the soul from constant self-judgment. If guilt has followed you, guilt you cannot explain, guilt that feels heavier than the situation calls for, this is a moment to bring it into the light. You do not need to carry it quietly. If you feel comfortable, place a brief prayer request in the comments related to guilt, shame, or emotional weight. You do not need to give details. Naming it allows prayer to meet it, and agreement weakens its hold. Generational guilt breaks when someone chooses truth over assumption. When you stop apologizing for being present, for resting, for advancing, for setting boundaries, you interrupt a long-standing pattern. God does not advance people who live under false condemnation. He frees them first. Psalm 35's call for justice and Psalm 17's call for protection work together here. Justice removes false charges. Protection restores peace. Together they dismantle guilt at the root. What once made you feel small begins to lose its authority. As this truth settles, remember, guilt is not a virtue. Shame is not humility. Responsibility is not ownership of everything. God invites you to walk upright, not burdened. He corrects where needed, but he does not crush. If this resonates with you, do not keep it internal. Place your prayer request in the comments and allow this community to stand with you. What is shared in prayer is no longer carried alone. It begins to lift. Hold on to this assurance. False guilt is being confronted, identity is being restored, and what once weighed you down is losing its power to define you. Remain present, because another deep layer of generational warfare is silence. Not the healthy silence of peace, but inherited silence, the kind that teaches people not to speak, not to confront, not to name what hurts. Silence can look like strength on the outside, but inside it allows patterns to survive unchallenged. What is never spoken is rarely healed. Psalm 35 confronts silence head-on. David refuses to suffer quietly. He refuses to keep injustice internal. He speaks clearly about what is happening, who is responsible, and what he is asking God to do. This matters because generational attacks often depend on silence to remain effective. When families avoid difficult conversations, spiritual issues are buried instead of resolved. Over time, silence becomes tradition. Psalm 17 balances this by showing how to speak without losing integrity. David does not rant, he does not explode emotionally. He brings his case before God with honesty and clarity. This teaches us something powerful. Breaking silence does not mean becoming aggressive. It means becoming truthful. Truth spoken in alignment has authority. There are families where silence is mistaken for loyalty. You don't question, you don't expose. You don't bring certain things into the light. Children learn early what topics are off limits. Adults learn to manage discomfort instead of address it. Over time, this silence creates internal pressure. Things go unresolved, emotions go unprocessed, and spiritual patterns go unchecked. Psalm 35 shows that God does not partner with silence when silence protects injustice. David asks God to act publicly, to expose hidden agendas, to confront what operates in secret. This is important because generational warfare often hides behind the phrase, "That's just how it is." Silence reinforces that lie. Speaking truth interrupts it. Psalm 17 also reveals that God listens closely when people speak honestly. David trusts that God hears his voice, not just his thoughts. This matters. Silent prayers can still be prayers, but spoken prayer carries a different weight. When you speak, you externalize what has been internalized. You break agreement with silence. Silence also affects prayer life. People who grow up in silent environments often struggle to pray boldly. They soften their words. They minimize their needs. They pray indirectly. But Psalm 35 is direct. It names enemies. It names injustice. It names expectation. God is not intimidated by honesty. He responds to it. Another danger of silence is emotional isolation. When people do not share what they are facing, they assume no one else will understand. This isolates them even in community. Generational silence teaches people to carry burdens alone. But God designed healing to happen in relationship, not isolation. Psalm 17's imagery of being kept as the apple of God's eye speaks directly to this. You are seen, you are known, you are not meant to disappear emotionally. God does not overlook quiet suffering. He invites it forward. Silence ends when safety is established, and God provides that safety. Breaking silence does not mean exposing everything to everyone. It means choosing not to hide everything from God and His people. It means allowing prayer to touch what silence protected. When silence is broken in a healthy way, relief follows. Pressure eases. Patterns lose strength. There are people listening who have never spoken certain prayer needs out loud. Not because they lack faith, but because silence was learned early. But this moment is different. You are not being asked to explain your story. You are being invited to step out of silence and into agreement. Psalm 35 reminds us that when truth is spoken, God moves. Psalm 17 reminds us that when hearts are honest, God protects. Together, they dismantle the power of silence. What once stayed hidden begins to surface. What surfaces can be healed. As this resonates with you, take a step that gently breaks silence. Instead of explaining, simply type a word or short phrase in the comments that represents what you want prayer for. It could be family or peace and strength, clarity or freedom. You don't need details. That single word is enough to open the door for prayer and agreement. Silence loses power when truth is invited in. And when many people pray together, what was once heavy begins to lift. You are not interrupting anything by speaking. You are aligning with healing. Remember this: silence is not protection. God is. and God responds when his people speak with honesty and trust. What remained hidden is now being addressed, not with judgment but with care. If you feel led, place that word in the comments now and allow this community to stand with you in prayer. What you bring into the light does not stay buried. It begins to change. Hold on to this assurance. Silence is breaking, support is surrounding you, and what once survived in the dark is losing its place in your life. Remain attentive, because another powerful layer of generational warfare operates through expectation. Not positive expectation, but inherited limitation. The quiet belief that life will only go so far, that certain outcomes are unrealistic, and that disappointment is safer than hope. This kind of expectation does not shout, it settles. And once it settles, it quietly governs decisions, prayers, and faith. Psalm 35 confronts this limitation by refusing to accept a small outcome. David does not pray for survival alone. He prays for vindication, restoration, and public reversal. He expects God to act decisively. This matters because generational limitation trains people to pray cautiously. They ask God to help them cope, not to intervene. They ask for strength to endure, not justice to resolve. Over time, faith becomes defensive instead of expectant. Psalm 17 restores rightful expectation by grounding it in relationship. David is confident because he knows who God is, not because circumstances look favorable. He expects God to hear, to see, and to protect. This kind of expectation is dangerous to generational patterns because it refuses to be shaped by past outcomes. It looks forward based on covenant, not history. There are families where hope has been slowly lowered over time. Dreams are adjusted downward. Goals are softened. People learn not to expect too much because disappointment feels worse than resignation. This is not wisdom, it is learned protection. But Psalm 35 does not protect itself from disappointment by lowering expectation. It protects itself by placing expectation in God. Generational warfare often works by teaching people what not to expect. Don't expect stability. Don't expect peace. Don't expect lasting change. These beliefs are rarely spoken, but they are deeply felt. They shape how people pray. They shape what people ask for. Psalm 17 challenges this by affirming that God satisfies those who seek him. Satisfaction implies fulfillment, not mere endurance. Another danger of limited expectation is delayed obedience. When people do not expect meaningful change, they hesitate to step forward. Why try if the outcome feels predetermined? This hesitation keeps cycles intact. Psalm 35 breaks this by assuming movement. David prays as someone who expects God to act, not eventually, but decisively. Expectation fuels momentum. Expectation also affects identity. People who expect little often minimize themselves. They downplay gifts. They avoid visibility. They settle into roles that feel safe but unfulfilling. This can pass from one generation to the next, becoming a family culture of smallness. But Psalm 17 reminds us that being kept as the apple of God's eye implies value, intention, and care. God does not guard what he does not intend to use. Limited expectation also weakens prayer language. People pray in generalities instead of specifics. They ask vaguely instead of boldly. This is not humility, it is hesitation. Psalm 35's specificity teaches us that clear prayers invite clear answers. David names what he wants reversed. He names what he wants restored. He names the outcome he trusts God to bring. It's important to understand that expectation does not control God. It aligns you with what God already desires to do. When expectation is low, alignment weakens. When expectation rises, alignment strengthens. God's ability does not change, but your readiness to receive does. Psalm 17's confidence shows readiness rooted in trust, not entitlement. There are people listening who stopped expecting change a long time ago. Not because they stopped believing in God, but because they stopped believing change was possible for them. This resignation feels mature, but it quietly feeds despair. God does not call his people to live without expectation. He calls them to anchor expectation in him. Psalm 35 shows that God responds to bold expectation with action. Psalm 17 shows that God honors trust with protection. Together, they dismantle inherited limitation. What your family line learned to expect does not define what God intends to deliver. As this speaks to you, take a moment to notice where your expectations may have been lowered over time. You do not need to judge yourself for it. Awareness is enough, and if you feel led, place a short note in the comments describing what you are believing God to restore or shift. It can be as simple as hope, direction, peace, or breakthrough. When you express it, you invite agreement. And agreement strengthens expectation. Expectation grows when it is shared. Faith sharpens when it is spoken. You are not tempting disappointment by hoping again. You are positioning yourself for alignment. God is not threatened by your expectation. He responds to it. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because expectation was not abandoned. Psalm 35 ends with praise because justice was anticipated. These psalms teach us that expectation is not naive, it is necessary. Without it, cycles persist. With it, patterns break. Do not underestimate what can shift when expectation is restored. What once felt unreachable begins to feel possible. What once felt distant begins to draw near. This is not emotional optimism. It is spiritual alignment. If expectation has been damaged in your life, do not keep that private. Place a word or phrase in the comments that represents what you are believing for now. This is not about explanation, it is about agreement. When many stand together in faith, expectation rises and resistance weakens. Hold on to this truth. Expectation is being renewed, faith is being strengthened, and what once trained you to expect less is losing its influence. Remain attentive, because another deeply rooted layer of generational warfare operates through identity distortion. Not outright lies, but subtle mislabeling. The quiet shaping of how you see yourself based on what has happened around you instead of what God has spoken over you. Identity distortion convinces people to live beneath their calling while believing they are being realistic. Psalm 35 confronts this by refusing to accept the labels placed on David by his enemies. He is treated as guilty when he is innocent, hunted when he is faithful, opposed when he seeks peace. Yet David does not internalize those labels. He brings the distortion before God. This is critical. Identity warfare intensifies when people begin to agree with what opposition says about them. Psalm 17 restores identity by grounding it in God's examination rather than human opinion. David trusts that God sees his heart clearly. This matters because identity confusion often comes from mixed feedback. One generation criticizes, another withholds affirmation, another normalizes struggle. Over time, people learn to define themselves by survival instead of purpose. There are family lines where identity becomes tied to hardship. We're just fighters. We always struggle. Nothing comes easy for us. These statements feel honest, but they quietly limit identity. They reduce people to patterns instead of promise. Psalm 35 refuses to let suffering define identity. David expects God to vindicate him publicly, which restores truth about who he is. Identity distortion also affects spiritual authority. People who see themselves as perpetual victims struggle to pray with confidence. They pray cautiously, expecting resistance. But Psalm 17's posture is confident without arrogance. David knows who he is before God, and that clarity gives his prayer weight. Authority flows from identity alignment. Another danger of distorted identity is self-sabotage. When people unconsciously believe they are not meant to advance, they hesitate when opportunity appears. They second-guess success. They feel uncomfortable with peace. This is not humility. it is inherited misalignment. Psalm 35 shows that God is not uncomfortable restoring honor. He delights in it. Generational identity distortion often passes quietly. No one explicitly teaches it. It is absorbed through observation. Children learn who they are allowed to be by watching what is celebrated and what is criticized. Over time, calling shrinks to fit family expectation. But Psalm 17 reminds us that God's eye defines value, not environment. Identity is also tied to boundaries. People with distorted identity struggle to say no. They feel guilty for protecting their time, energy, or peace. They confuse availability with worth. Psalm 35 disrupts this by showing that God sets boundaries through justice. When God intervenes, he draws lines that others cannot cross. Psalm 17's request to be kept under God's wings is not escapism. It is recentering. It is choosing God's perspective over inherited narratives. When you see yourself as God sees you, you stop negotiating with labels that do not belong to you. There are people listening who have lived responsibly, faithfully, and quietly, yet still feel unsure of who they are allowed to become. They feel a tension between desire and permission. That tension is often the result of identity distortion, not lack of calling. God does not give desire without intention. Identity distortion also affects how people handle correction. When identity is fragile, correction feels like rejection. But when identity is anchored, correction becomes refinement. Psalm 17 shows this maturity. David invites examination because he knows his foundation is secure. Secure identity welcomes growth without fear. Psalm 35 reinforces that God defends identity actively. He does not leave his people misrepresented indefinitely. Vindication may take time, but it is intentional. God restores truth, not just comfort. When truth is restored, identity stabilizes. As this speaks to you, consider where identity may have been shaped more by history than by God's word. You do not need to resolve it all now. Awareness is the first step. And if you feel led, place a word or short phrase in the comments that reflects an area where you want God to restore clarity in who you are, such as purpose, confidence, calling, or peace. When you name it, you invite prayer and alignment around it. Identity is not something you have to create. It is something you receive. And when you receive it, authority follows naturally. You stop striving to prove yourself and start standing in who God says you are. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because identity was settled. Psalm 35 ends with praise because justice restored honor. These outcomes are connected. When identity is healed, praise becomes natural, not forced. Do not underestimate how much can shift when identity aligns with truth. Decisions become clearer. Boundaries strengthen. Peace deepens. What once confused you begins to make sense. If identity has felt unclear or diminished in your life, do not carry that silently. Place your word or phrase in the comments and allow this community to stand with you in prayer. Agreement reinforces truth, and truth restores identity. Hold on to this assurance. Identity is being clarified, mislabeling is losing power, and what once defined you by struggle is giving way to purpose and peace. Remain attentive, because another layer of generational warfare that often goes unnoticed is unresolved grief. Not grief that is acknowledged and healed, but grief that is buried, postponed, or normalized. This kind of grief does not disappear with time. It settles quietly into families, shaping emotional responses, expectations, and even spiritual sensitivity. When grief is inherited, people carry sadness without knowing why, heaviness without a clear origin. Psalm 35 gives language to grief that comes from injustice. David speaks of sorrow, of fasting, of mourning for others who later turned against him. This is important because generational grief often begins with betrayal, loss, or trauma that was never processed properly. Instead of being healed, it becomes internalized. Families move on externally while wounds remain open internally. Over time, grief stops being a season and becomes an atmosphere. Psalm 17 brings grief into God's presence without shame. David does not hide his pain, but he also does not let pain define him. He asks God to hear his cry, to attend to his prayer. This teaches us that grief is not a weakness, it is a signal. When grief is acknowledged before God, it can be healed. When it is ignored, it quietly shapes identity and behavior. There are families where grief is inherited through silence. Losses are never discussed, emotions are minimized. Children sense sadness but are never given language for it. They grow up carrying emotional weight that does not belong to them. This kind of grief often manifests as anxiety, numbness, irritability, or unexplained heaviness. Psalm 35 shows that God is not distant from sorrow caused by injustice. He is attentive to it. Another danger of unresolved grief is emotional shutdown. To survive pain, people learn not to feel deeply. They protect themselves by staying guarded. Over time, this protection becomes isolation. Psalm 17's imagery of being held under God's wings invites vulnerability. It suggests safety. Healing grief requires safety, not pressure. Generational grief also affects faith. People believe in God, but struggle to trust Him fully. Prayer feels distant. Worship feels muted. This is not rebellion, it is pain that was never processed. Psalm 35 shows that God welcomes honest grief. David does not pretend to be unaffected. He speaks openly about his sorrow. God does not require composure before compassion. Psalm 17 also reminds us that God examines the heart at night. Nighttime often amplifies grief. Thoughts become heavier, memories resurface. Unprocessed sorrow often speaks loudest in quiet moments. But God's examination is not to expose weakness, it is to bring healing. He meets people where grief hides. Another way grief operates generationally is through fear of loss. People become overly cautious. They avoid attachment. They expect disappointment. This fear shapes decisions subtly. Psalm 35 confronts this by affirming that God restores joy. Grief does not have the final word. Restoration is possible. It is important to understand that healing grief does not dishonor the past. It honors it by refusing to let pain define the future. Psalm 17's confidence shows that acknowledging pain does not weaken faith, it deepens it. God does not ask you to forget what happened. He invites you to heal from it. There are people listening who feel sad without knowing why. Others feel emotionally tired, even when life seems stable. These are often signs of unresolved grief, not personal failure. You are not broken. You may simply be carrying something that was never healed. Psalm 35 shows that God sees sorrow caused by injustice, even across generations. Healing grief begins with acknowledgement, not analysis, not blame, acknowledgement. When grief is named, it begins to lose its grip. And prayer creates space for God to work gently. You do not need to rush healing, you need to allow it. As this resonates, take a moment to reflect on where grief may be present in your life or family. You do not need to identify every detail. If you feel led, place a single word or short phrase in the comments representing what you want prayer for, such as healing, loss, peace, or comfort. That simple act opens the door for prayer and agreement without pressure. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because grief was not ignored. Psalm 35 ends with praise because sorrow did not remain permanent. These psalms teach us that grief can coexist with faith, but it does not have to define it. God transforms sorrow, not by erasing history, but by restoring hope. Generational grief breaks when someone chooses to feel safely, to pray honestly, and to trust God with what hurts. When grief is brought into the light, it softens. When prayer surrounds it, it heals. You are not required to carry inherited sorrow alone. If grief has been part of your story, do not keep it buried. Place your word or phrase in the comments and allow this community to stand with you. Prayer does not rush healing, but it supports it, and support makes healing possible. Hold on to this truth. Comfort is being released, sorrow is being addressed, and what once settled quietly in your family line is beginning to lift. Remain attentive, because another layer of generational warfare often expresses itself through resistance to joy. Not the absence of happiness, but a quiet discomfort with joy when it appears. People smile, but they brace. They relax, but only briefly. When something good happens, they wait for it to end. This resistance is learned. It is inherited protection that once helped people survive disappointment, but now quietly blocks restoration. Psalm 35 confronts this resistance by expecting joy as an outcome, not an accident. David speaks of rejoicing, of praise, of gladness after vindication. He does not treat joy as irresponsible. He treats it as rightful. This matters because generational patterns often teach people to associate joy with vulnerability. If you celebrate, you risk loss. If you relax, you risk pain. Over time, people learn to keep joy at a distance. Psalm 17 restores safety around joy by anchoring it in God's presence. David's expectation of satisfaction is not shallow pleasure, it is deep peace. Satisfaction implies rest without fear. When joy is rooted in God, it is not fragile. It does not depend on circumstances staying perfect. It becomes a state of alignment rather than a temporary feeling. There are families where joy is treated cautiously. Good news is met with silence. Celebration feels awkward. People downplay blessings to avoid attention. This is not humility, it is learned defense. Joy once led to loss, so it became dangerous, but Psalm 35 shows that God restores joy openly. He does not ask his people to hide their gladness. He turns mourning into praise. Resistance to joy also affects prayer. People pray for relief, but not for delight. They ask God to remove pain, but not to restore enjoyment. Over time, faith becomes survival-focused. Psalm 17 pushes against this by expecting satisfaction. God does not only want to stop the bleeding, he wants to restore fullness. Another way this resistance shows up is through guilt around happiness. People feel guilty when they are at peace while others struggle. They feel uneasy enjoying what previous generations never had. This guilt keeps joy restrained. But God does not assign guilt to healing. Healing honors the past by refusing to repeat it. Psalm 35's praise is not disrespectful to suffering. It is evidence that suffering did not win. Joy resistance also keeps people hyper-alert. They are always scanning for what could go wrong. This vigilance feels responsible, but it drains energy. Psalm 17's image of being kept under God's wings invites rest. When protection is trusted, vigilance can relax. Joy becomes safer when protection is assured. Generational warfare often prefers people tired and serious. Joy disrupts control. Joy signals freedom. This is why Scripture repeatedly connects joy with strength. Psalm 35's expectation of rejoicing is not emotional excess. It is spiritual resilience. When joy returns, it means fear has lost ground. It is important to understand that joy is not denial. It does not erase memory or invalidate pain. It coexists with wisdom. But when joy is consistently resisted, healing stalls. God does not ask you to force joy. He invites you to receive it when it comes. Resistance softens when trust deepens. There are people listening who cannot remember the last time they felt unguarded happiness. Not excitement, but ease. Not laughter, but peace. This does not mean something is wrong with you. It may mean joy was never modeled safely. Psalm 17 shows that satisfaction is learned in God's presence. When you feel safe with him, joy becomes possible again. Psalm 35 also reveals that joy is often the result of justice. When wrongs are addressed, when pressure lifts, joy naturally follows. You do not need to manufacture it. You need to remove what blocks it. Generational resistance to joy weakens when truth is restored and protection is trusted. As this speaks to you, notice how you respond internally to moments of peace or happiness. Do you lean in or do you brace? Awareness is not judgment, it is invitation. And if you feel led, place a single word or short phrase in the comments representing what you desire God to restore in this area, such as joy, peace, rest, or freedom. You do not need to explain. That word is enough to invite prayer and agreement. Joy grows when it is prayed for without guilt. Peace deepens when it is allowed without fear. This community stands with you, not only for deliverance from pain, but for restoration of fullness. God is not glorified by perpetual heaviness. He is glorified by healed hearts. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because resistance gave way to trust. Psalm 35 ends with praise because justice made room for joy. These outcomes remind us that joy is not optional decoration. It is evidence of freedom. When joy returns, something has shifted deeply. If resistance to joy has been part of your story, do not keep that hidden. Place your word or phrase in the comments and allow this community to stand with you in prayer. Agreement creates safety. Safety allows joy to return. Hold on to this assurance. Joy is becoming safe again. Peace is settling in, and what once taught you to brace is losing its influence over your heart and life. Remain attentive, because another layer of generational warfare often operates through fear of authority. Not fear of God, but fear of taking responsibility, fear of leading, fear of deciding, fear of standing firm when opposition appears. This fear teaches people to stay small, to avoid visibility, and to retreat when pressure rises. Over time, it creates families where calling is present, but authority is never exercised. Psalm 35 confronts this fear directly. David does not shrink back when opposition intensifies. He does not ask God to remove responsibility from him. He asks God to stand with him as he confronts what is unjust. This is important because authority is not something you invent. It is something you step into. When David prays, he does so as someone aware that he has a role to play in the confrontation. God fights, but David still stands. Psalm 17 reinforces this by showing confidence without arrogance. David knows he can speak because God hears. Fear of authority often comes from fear of making mistakes. People hesitate because they believe one wrong decision will destroy everything. But God's examination of the heart provides safety. When your heart is aligned, authority does not require perfection. It requires obedience. Generational fear of authority often develops in environments where leadership was punished, criticized, or crushed. People watched those who stood up get attacked. They learned that visibility brings pain. Over time, the safest option seemed to be staying quiet, blending in, or letting others decide. But safety through avoidance eventually becomes limitation. Psalm 35 does not protect itself by avoiding confrontation. It protects itself by inviting God into it. Another way this fear manifests is through over-dependence. People wait for permission for everything. They seek constant confirmation. They doubt their own discernment. This can look spiritual, but it is often fear-based. Psalm 17 shows a balance. David seeks God's guidance, but he does not abdicate responsibility. He trusts God while acting with clarity. Fear of authority also weakens spiritual warfare. People pray defensively instead of declaratively. They ask God to fix things they are called to confront. But Psalm 35 is declarative. David names what is happening and calls for justice. This teaches us that prayer is not passive, it is participatory. God invites his people to stand with him, not hide behind him. There are families where authority was abused, and the response was to reject authority altogether. Others experienced chaos, and authority felt unsafe. In both cases, fear replaced confidence. But Psalm 17 shows that God's authority is protective, not oppressive. When authority is aligned with God, it brings order, not harm. Another subtle effect of this fear is delayed maturity. People remain in dependent roles longer than necessary. They hesitate to lead in their homes, communities, or spiritual lives. This hesitation keeps generational patterns intact. Cycles rarely break through passivity. They break when someone chooses to stand, even with trembling faith. Psalm 35 also reveals that opposition often increases when authority begins to emerge. David's enemies intensify their actions because his presence threatens them. This is important to understand. Resistance is not proof you are wrong. Often it is proof you are effective. Fear interprets resistance as danger. Faith interprets it as confirmation. Psalm 17's trust in God's protection stabilizes authority. David knows that standing does not mean standing alone. God covers those who step forward in alignment. This coverage allows authority to function without fear. When protection is trusted, courage grows. Generational fear of authority also affects boundaries. People struggle to say no, to enforce limits, to protect their time and peace. They fear disappointing others or creating conflict. But Psalm 35 shows that boundaries are part of justice. God draws lines. He intervenes. Boundaries are not rejection, they are order. It is important to recognize that stepping into authority does not mean becoming harsh. Authority rooted in God is calm, clear, and steady. It does not need to dominate to be effective. Psalm 17's gentle confidence shows that authority can coexist with humility. There are people listening who sense they are meant to lead in some capacity, in prayer, in family, in decision-making. But fear has kept them hesitant. This does not mean you lack calling. It often means calling has been delayed by inherited fear. Awareness is the first step toward freedom. As this resonates, consider where fear of authority may have influenced your choices. You do not need to resolve it all now. If you feel led, place a short word or phrase in the comments expressing where you want God to strengthen you, such as courage, confidence, leadership, or boldness. You are not declaring perfection, you are inviting prayer and agreement. Authority grows when it is supported by prayer. Courage strengthens when it is shared. This community exists not to pressure you, but to stand with you as you step into what God has already placed within you. Psalm 35 ends with praise because authority was exercised and justice followed. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because confidence was rooted in God's protection. These outcomes remind us that authority does not have to be feared. When aligned with God, it becomes a source of stability, not stress. Do not underestimate what can change when fear of authority loosens its grip. Decisions become clearer, boundaries strengthen, purpose begins to express itself naturally. What once felt intimidating becomes manageable. If fear of authority has shaped your story, do not keep that hidden. Place your word or phrase in the comments and allow this community to stand with you in prayer. Agreement reinforces courage, and courage weakens fear. Hold on to this assurance. Authority is being restored, fear is losing influence, and what once held you back is giving way to confidence grounded in God. There are moments when nothing dramatic is happening on the outside, yet something feels unsettled on the inside. No crisis, no obvious attack, just a quiet sense that something is unfinished, like a chapter that should have closed but never did. This feeling is not imagination. It is often the signal of unfinished spiritual business that has been carried across time. Generational warfare does not always show up as pain or chaos. Sometimes it shows up as incompletion, things that almost resolved but didn't, healing that started but stalled, change that was initiated but never sustained. Families move forward externally, but internally something remains unresolved. Psalm 35 and Psalm 17 speak directly to this kind of lingering tension. Psalm 35 reveals David dealing with battles that should have ended already, enemies that should have moved on, conflicts that no longer made sense. This tells us something important. Not every ongoing struggle is meant to be ongoing. Some battles persist simply because no one officially closed them. Spiritually speaking, unfinished matters linger until they are addressed with authority. Psalm 17 complements this by showing David inviting God to examine him fully, even in the quiet places. This matters because unfinished spiritual business often hides in areas people avoid revisiting. Old wounds, old injustices, old losses. Not because people lack faith, but because revisiting pain feels exhausting. Over time, avoidance becomes normal, but what is avoided remains active. There are family lines where nothing ever feels complete. Relationships remain strained but unspoken. Forgiveness is implied but never expressed. Closure is assumed but never confirmed. This creates emotional and spiritual limbo. People move on physically, but internally they remain tethered. Psalm 35 confronts this by demanding resolution. David does not settle for partial justice. He asks God to act decisively. Unfinished business also affects momentum. People struggle to fully commit to new seasons because part of them is still anchored in old ones. They hesitate to trust, to rest, to celebrate. Not because they are pessimistic, but because something feels unresolved. Psalm 17's prayer for protection and satisfaction points toward closure. Satisfaction implies completion, not continuation. Another way unfinished business manifests is through recurring memories. Certain moments replay, certain emotions resurface, not constantly, but unexpectedly. These are often signs that something was never fully processed. Psalm 35 shows that God is attentive to unresolved injustice. Time does not neutralize injustice. Truth does. When injustice is brought before God, it loses its ability to linger. Generationally, unfinished matters are often inherited silently. Children sense tension without context. Adults feel heaviness without clarity. Families normalize avoidance. But normalization does not equal resolution. Psalm 17's invitation for God to examine the heart breaks this pattern. Examination is not about reopening wounds unnecessarily. It is about closing what was left open. Unfinished spiritual business also affects prayer language. People pray broadly because specifics feel uncomfortable. They ask God to bless the future while avoiding the past. But Psalm 35 is specific. David names the conflict, he names the injustice, he names the desired outcome. Clarity accelerates resolution. It is important to understand that closure is not forgetting, it is integration. It is acknowledging what happened, releasing what no longer belongs to you, and allowing God to bring order. Psalm 17 shows that closure happens safely under God's care. You are not exposed when God examines you. You are covered. There are people listening who have sensed this incompletion for years, not in a dramatic way, but in subtle hesitation, a reluctance to fully trust peace, a tendency to stay guarded even in calm seasons. This is often the residue of unfinished spiritual business, and God does not expose this to overwhelm you. He exposes it to finish it. Psalm 35 teaches that God is willing to confront what people avoid. Psalm 17 teaches that he does so gently, with protection. Together they create a space where resolution is possible without re-traumatization. God does not rush healing, but he does complete it. Unfinished business also keeps people emotionally tied to roles they have outgrown. They remain caretakers, mediators, or peacemakers long after the need has passed. This drains energy and blurs identity. Psalm 35 breaks this by restoring rightful roles. Psalm 17 restores rest by reaffirming position under God's care. As this resonates, Take a moment to notice if there is something in your life that feels unresolved. You do not need to name it fully or analyze it deeply. Awareness is enough for now. And if you feel led, write a short prayer request in the comments related to closure, healing, or resolution. You might simply write closure, healing, or peace. That single word is enough to invite prayer and agreement. Resolution often begins when someone is willing to acknowledge incompletion without judgment. You are not failing because something remains unresolved. You are becoming aware, and awareness is the doorway to completion. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because nothing was left hanging. Psalm 35 ends with praise because justice was finished, not postponed. These endings remind us that God does not specialize in endless processes. He completes what he begins. You are not meant to carry unfinished battles indefinitely. What was paused can be resolved. What was delayed can be completed. What was avoided can be healed safely in God's presence. If unfinished spiritual business has been part of your story, do not keep that quiet. Place your word or short phrase in the comments and allow this community to stand with you in prayer. Agreement creates movement. Movement brings resolution. Hold on to this truth. Closure is being released, lingering matters are being addressed, and what once remained open is moving toward completion under God's care. It doesn't always feel dramatic when a generational pattern begins to break. Sometimes there is no surge of emotion, no sudden clarity, no visible sign that anything has changed. Instead, what shifts first is permission, a quiet inner permission to stop carrying what you were never meant to finish, a subtle release that tells you, this does not have to continue. That permission is powerful, and it is often the moment when spiritual authority starts to take effect. Psalm 35 shows us that David did not wait for circumstances to improve before he prayed with authority. He prayed from alignment, not from relief. He understood that permission to confront injustice comes from God, not from how safe the situation feels. This is important because many people wait for confirmation before they act, when God is waiting for alignment before he moves. Generational warfare weakens the moment permission shifts from tolerance to confrontation. Psalm 17 reinforces this by showing that permission is internal before it is external. David trusts that God has examined him and found him aligned. This internal confirmation gives him the freedom to ask boldly. When you know where you stand with God, you stop asking for permission from fear, from history, or from inherited expectation. You begin to move from truth instead of habit. There are family lines where people learn to endure instead of conclude. They were strong, faithful, resilient, but never free. Over time, endurance became identity. People were praised for surviving, not for resolving. But God does not only reward endurance, he completes cycles. Psalm 35 does not glorify suffering, it anticipates justice. Psalm 17 does not celebrate survival, it expects satisfaction. Permission also affects boundaries. When people lack permission internally, they overextend. They feel responsible for outcomes they cannot control. They struggle to step away from roles that no longer belong to them. But when permission is restored, boundaries become clearer. You no longer need to explain every decision. You no longer need to justify rest. You stop negotiating peace. Another sign of permission returning is emotional lightness, not constant happiness, but less heaviness. Decisions feel slightly easier. Resistance feels less intimidating. You still face challenges, but they no longer feel defining. This is often the first fruit of generational cycles loosening their grip. Psalm 35 describes this shift as relief from shame. Psalm 17 describes it as safety under God's care. Permission also changes how people pray. Instead of asking God to fix everything, they begin to pray with specificity. They name what needs to end. They name what needs to heal. They name what needs to be restored. Specific prayer is a sign of internal authority, Psalm 35 models this clearly. David does not generalize injustice, he addresses it. He trusts that God can handle clarity. Generational warfare thrives in vagueness. When things are never named, they are never resolved. Permission breaks vagueness. It allows you to say, "This stops here," without needing to argue with the past. You do not need to convince history. You need to align with truth. Psalm 17 also teaches us that permission does not mean isolation. David invites God's involvement deeply. He does not rely solely on self-awareness. He remains dependent, connected, and humble. Permission is not independence from God. It is confidence with God. This balance protects you from arrogance while empowering you to stand. There are people listening who have felt a quiet inner shift recently. Nothing external changed, but something internal softened. Old pressure felt less urgent. Old fear felt less convincing. This is often the beginning of freedom. God loosens what was bound before he removes it completely. He prepares the heart before he changes the environment. Permission also allows grief to complete, joy to return, and expectation to rise. Without permission, people suppress all three. With permission, emotions begin to move again. Healing requires movement. Psalm 35 shows movement toward justice. Psalm 17 shows movement toward peace. Together, they guide the soul out of stagnation. It is important to understand that permission does not erase responsibility. It redirects it. You are no longer responsible for maintaining patterns. You become responsible for alignment. God handles outcomes. You handle obedience. This exchange brings relief. Generational patterns often rely on internal agreements. This is just how it is. Nothing ever changes. We don't get that. Permission breaks these agreements quietly. You do not need to confront every belief out loud. The moment you stop agreeing internally, power shifts. As this speaks to you, notice where you may have felt permission returning recently, or where you desire it to return. You do not need to analyze it fully. If you feel led, place a short word or phrase in the comments that represents what you are asking God for permission to release or receive. It might be peace, closure, rest, freedom, or direction. That word is enough to invite prayer and agreement. Permission grows stronger when it is supported. Agreement reinforces internal shifts. This community stands not to pressure you, but to support the work God is already doing quietly within you. What begins internally often becomes visible in time. Psalm 35 ends with praise because permission led to justice. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because permission led to peace. These outcomes remind us that God does not stir awareness without intention. He begins what he plans to finish. You are not imagining this shift. You are not becoming careless. You are becoming aligned, and alignment brings authority without striving. If permission has been something you've been missing, permission to rest, to heal, to move on, to expect more, do not carry that alone. Place your word or phrase in the comments and allow this community to stand with you in prayer. Agreement strengthens what God has already initiated. Hold on to this assurance. Permission is being restored, internal agreements are changing, and what once held you in place is beginning to release under God's guidance and care. There are things in your life that should have ended years ago, and you know it. Patterns that no longer make sense, battles you didn't choose, weights you never volunteered to carry, yet somehow they stayed. Not because God failed, not because you lacked faith, but because what was generational was never confronted at the root. This is where this moment becomes confrontational. Psalm 35 and Psalm 17 are not gentle reflections. They are legal prayers. They are courtroom language. David is not asking God to comfort him while injustice continues. He is asking God to intervene, expose, and put an end to what should not still be operating. That is a different posture, and it requires honesty. Many people don't confront generational warfare because deep down they are afraid of what will surface if they do. They fear reopening wounds, stirring memories, or disrupting fragile peace. But here is the truth. Fragile peace is not peace at all. It is tension with a smile. And tension, over time, becomes a breeding ground for repeated attacks. Psalm 35 makes something very clear. Some battles persist because silence protected them. David says his enemies acted without cause, in secret, through traps and deception. That tells us something important. Generational attacks are rarely loud at first. They operate quietly, through patterns, through emotional responses, through learned behaviors that feel normal because they've always been there. Psalm 17 pulls the curtain back further by showing us where the real fight is won, the inner place. David invites God to examine him at night, the place of thoughts, memories, fears, and questions. Generational warfare survives when people avoid looking inward. Healing begins when someone is brave enough to say, God, search this fully. Here is the hard truth most people avoid. Some of what follows families is sustained by unspoken agreement, not conscious agreement, emotional agreement. Statements like, this always happens to us, we're just unlucky, nothing ever lasts, we don't get happy endings. These thoughts may feel realistic, but they are not neutral. They are agreements that give patterns permission to remain. Psalm 35 breaks agreement by demanding reversal. David does not accept that what has happened should continue. He asks God to turn the situation around, to shame what opposed him, to bring clarity and justice. This is not revenge, it is restoration of order. God's justice is not about punishment, it is about alignment. Psalm 17 reinforces that alignment begins when identity is settled. David knows who he is before God. That is why he can ask boldly. People who don't know where they stand with God often hesitate to confront what follows them. They fear being wrong. They fear being exposed. But when identity is clear, fear loses leverage. This block is confrontational because confrontation is sometimes the only language patterns understand. There are people listening who have prayed for peace, but never for closure. Prayed for strength, but never for conclusion. Prayed for protection, but never for exposure. And as a result, cycles slowed, but they didn't stop. Psalm 35 and 17 are not prayers for delay. They are prayers for decision. Generational attacks often rely on emotional exhaustion. They wait until people are tired of hoping, tired of praying, tired of explaining. That fatigue makes resignation feel wise. But resignation is not maturity. It is surrender to repetition. And repetition only ends when someone decides it ends. Psalm 17's request to be kept under God's wings is not about hiding from confrontation. It is about being protected while confronting it. God does not send you into exposure unguarded. He covers those he calls forward. That is why this moment matters. You are not being stirred to relive pain. You are being invited to close a door. Another uncomfortable truth. Some families survived by adapting instead of healing. Adaptation kept them alive, but it also normalized dysfunction. Over time, adaptation becomes identity. People confuse coping mechanisms with personality. Psalm 35 disrupts this by restoring truth. David is not what his enemies say he is, and you are not what survival forced you to become. This is why the 7 times declaration is critical. You are not casually reading scripture, you are applying sustained pressure. Patterns that survived through repetition are dismantled through repetition, aligned with truth. Each declaration reinforces a boundary. Each repetition withdraws permission. If something in you feels stirred, uncomfortable, or exposed right now, that does not mean something is wrong. It often means something is being challenged. Exposure precedes eviction. Light precedes freedom. Psalm 35 exposes injustice. Psalm 17 secures the heart. Together, they dismantle what followed you like a shadow. Now listen carefully. You do not need to carry everything you survived. You do not need to honor the past by repeating it. You do not need to prove loyalty by staying bound. God does not heal families by preserving pain. He heals them by ending it. If there is a specific area where you are tired of seeing the same battle repeat, emotionally, spiritually, relationally, or mentally, do this now. Write a short, honest prayer request in the comments. Not a testimony, not an explanation. Just name the area. It could be family, fear, marriage, finances, mind, or peace. That act is not weakness. It is confrontation. When you name it, you stop protecting it. When you bring it into prayer, you remove its hiding place. And when agreement surrounds it, its authority weakens. This is not about emotion. This is about decision. Psalm 35 ends with the enemy silenced. Psalm 17 ends with the soul satisfied. That is not poetic language. That is outcome language. And this outcome is not theoretical. It is available when someone finally says, enough. Hold on to this truth as we continue. What followed you does not define you. What repeated does not own you. And what survived in silence is being confronted now. Before you dismiss what you're feeling right now, pause and recognize this. Not every inner reaction is emotional. Some reactions are spiritual confirmations. When truth gets close to the root of a problem, something inside you responds. Sometimes with relief, sometimes with resistance, sometimes with clarity that feels uncomfortable. That response matters. Generational warfare often survives because it hides behind familiarity. When something has been present for a long time, it stops feeling like an intruder and starts feeling like part of life. People adjust, they compensate, they build routines around it. But Psalm 35 does not negotiate with familiarity. David does not ask whether the battle is old or new. He asks whether it is just, and if it is not, he calls for divine intervention. Psalm 17 adds an important layer here. David is not only confronting what is happening around him, he is stabilizing what is happening within him. He invites God to examine his heart, especially in the quiet moments. This tells us something critical. Lasting breakthrough does not come only from external confrontation, but from internal alignment. When the heart is steady, confrontation becomes effective. One of the reasons generational attacks persist is because people fight symptoms instead of roots. They address surface issues, behavior, habits, circumstances, without touching the underlying agreements that allowed those issues to form. Psalm 35 targets the source. It calls out those who contend without cause. It refuses to accept confusion, injustice, or repetition as normal. Root-level prayer produces root-level change. Psalm 17 supports this by protecting identity during the process. When roots are exposed, people can feel vulnerable. Old memories surface, old questions reappear, but God's protection ensures that exposure does not become harm. You are not being destabilized, you are being realigned. God does not uproot without intending to replant something healthier. There are people listening who have tried many times to fix their situation. You adjusted habits, you changed environments, you improved boundaries, and yet something still followed. This is often because the issue was never purely situational. It was systemic. Generational systems do not respond fully to surface adjustments. They respond to authority and truth. Psalm 35 shows us that authority does not mean aggression. It means clarity. David is clear about what he will no longer tolerate. He does not ask God to make him comfortable with injustice. He asks God to confront it. Comfort can coexist with injustice for a season. Clarity cannot. Psalm 17 reminds us that clarity is safest when rooted in God's presence. David does not confront from anger, he confronts from alignment. This matters because confrontation without alignment creates chaos. Alignment without confrontation creates stagnation. The two together create movement. Another reason generational patterns persist is because people underestimate their own authority. They believe change requires more power than they possess. But Scripture consistently shows that authority flows from position, not strength. David does not overpower his enemies by force. He positions himself under God's justice. That position changes outcomes. This is where many people hesitate. They fear overstepping. They worry about being presumptuous. But Psalm 17 shows that when God has examined the heart, boldness is not presumption. It is obedience. You are not demanding something God never promised. You are aligning with what He already intends. Generational warfare also relies on distraction. When life becomes busy, urgent, or overwhelming, deeper issues remain untouched. People say, "I'll deal with this later," and later never comes. Psalm 35 disrupts this delay by bringing urgency. David does not postpone justice. He calls for it now, not because he's impatient, but because injustice left unresolved multiplies. Psalm 17 balances urgency with trust. David knows that timing matters, but he also knows that delay is not the same as denial. This balance keeps prayer from becoming anxious or passive. It keeps the heart steady while action is taken. If you feel a growing sense of clarity right now, even if it feels challenging, that is often a sign that alignment is happening. Clarity can feel uncomfortable when it contradicts long-held patterns, but discomfort is not danger. Sometimes it is the sensation of a boundary being drawn. There are people who sense that something must change, but they are unsure how to name it. You don't need perfect language. You don't need a full explanation. What matters is willingness. Willingness opens the door for God to work where words fall short. If you feel prompted, take a moment now and leave a brief prayer request in the comments, naming the area where you need God's intervention at the root. You can keep it simple. You might write family patterns, mental peace, spiritual clarity, or freedom. This is not about visibility. It is about alignment. When you name it, you invite prayer to meet it. Psalm 35 assures us that God responds to clarity with action. Psalm 17 assures us that God protects the heart while action unfolds. These two truths together create safety and momentum. You are not late to this process. You are not reopening what should have stayed buried. You are allowing God to finish what was left unresolved. Finishing brings peace. Finishing brings freedom. Hold on to this as we continue. Roots are being addressed. Authority is being exercised. And what followed you quietly is being confronted openly. This is not imagination. It is alignment in motion. There comes a point when awareness is no longer enough. You can recognize patterns, name cycles, understand roots, and still feel something unresolved. That's because recognition prepares the ground, but decision changes the territory. Generational warfare weakens when awareness rises, but it breaks when a decision is made in alignment with God. Psalm 35 is a psalm of decision. David is not undecided about what he wants God to do. He does not ask for partial relief. He does not ask for temporary peace. He asks God to take sides, to enter the conflict, and to end what is unjust. That level of clarity matters because spiritual resistance often lingers where decisions remain incomplete. Psalm 17 supports this decisiveness by anchoring it in trust. David is decisive without being reckless. He knows who God is, and because of that, he knows what he can ask for. Decision without trust becomes control. Trust without decision becomes passivity. Together they form authority. Many people remain stuck, not because they lack faith, but because they are divided internally. Part of them wants change, while another part fears disruption. They want freedom, but they fear what freedom might require them to release. Generational patterns exploit this tension. As long as the heart hesitates, cycles remain negotiable. Psalm 35 removes negotiation. David draws a clear line. What is fighting me will not continue unchecked. He does not need to know every detail of the enemy's strategy. He knows enough to bring the case to God. This teaches us that decision does not require full understanding. It requires alignment. Psalm 17 reinforces that alignment by stabilizing the inner world. David is not frantic. He is resolved. Resolution carries a different spiritual weight than desperation. Desperation pleads. Resolution stands. God responds differently to each. Resolution signals readiness. Another reason decision is difficult is because people fear consequences. What if things change? What if relationships shift? What if familiar dynamics are disrupted? These fears are understandable, especially in family systems where peace was maintained through compromise. But Psalm 35 shows that peace built on injustice is fragile. True peace requires truth. Decision also exposes loyalty conflicts. People worry that breaking patterns means dishonoring those who came before them. But breaking cycles is not betrayal, it is redemption. Psalm 17 shows that honoring God does not dishonor family. It heals what family could not heal on its own. Generational warfare often survives because people delay decisions indefinitely. One day, when things settle, when I feel stronger, but strength often comes after the decision, not before it. David does not wait to feel strong before praying boldly. He prays boldly because he knows where his strength comes from. Psalm 35 also reveals that God responds to decisive prayer with movement. David expects things to shift. He expects confusion to come upon those who oppose him. He expects justice to be visible. Expectation is the fruit of decision. When you decide, you begin to expect. Psalm 17 guards this expectation by rooting it in God's character, not outcomes. David's confidence is not in immediate results, but in God's faithfulness. This protects the heart from discouragement if change unfolds gradually. Decision does not mean instant results, it means sustained alignment. There are people listening who are standing at a quiet crossroads. Nothing dramatic is forcing a choice, but something inside knows a line needs to be drawn. This is often the most important kind of decision, the one made without pressure, out of clarity. God honors these moments deeply. Decision also affects how prayer sounds. When people are undecided, prayers are vague. When people decide, prayers become specific. Psalm 35 is specific. David names what must stop and what must change. Psalm 17 supports this specificity by ensuring the heart remains steady while speaking clearly. Another hidden effect of decision is relief. Not because everything is fixed, but because ambiguity ends. Ambiguity is exhausting. Decision simplifies the inner landscape. Even difficult paths feel lighter when they are chosen consciously rather than avoided unconsciously. Generational patterns often rely on ambiguity to survive. When things are never clearly named, they remain flexible enough to persist. Decision removes flexibility. It introduces boundaries. Boundaries are uncomfortable at first, but they are stabilizing long-term. It is important to understand that decision does not mean confrontation with people. It means confrontation with patterns. You do not need to argue with anyone to break a cycle. You need to align with truth. God handles the rest. Psalm 35 brings God into the confrontation. Psalm 17 keeps the heart protected while God works. If you sense that a decision is forming within you, even if you cannot articulate it fully yet, pay attention to that. It may be the moment when a generational agreement is quietly breaking. You do not need to rush it, but you also do not need to ignore it. As this speaks to you, consider where a decision may be needed in your life. Not a dramatic one, perhaps simply a decision to no longer tolerate a certain pattern internally. If you feel led, place a brief prayer request in the comments related to clarity, courage, or resolution. You can keep it simple. This is not about explanation, it is about agreement. When decision is supported by prayer, it strengthens. Psalm 35 assures us that God responds to decisive alignment. Psalm 17 assures us that God protects those who stand with him. These assurances remove fear from decision-making. You are not stepping into uncertainty alone. You are stepping into alignment with God's justice and care. Remember this: awareness opened your eyes, but decision moves your feet. What you decide in alignment with God reshapes what follows you. Patterns lose permission when decisions are clear. You are not being asked to fix everything today. You are being invited to decide what will no longer define tomorrow. That is enough to begin change. If a decision is forming in you, do not carry it alone. Place your prayer request in the comments and allow this community to stand with you. Agreement reinforces resolve, and resolve weakens resistance. Hold on to this truth. Clarity is increasing, decisions are aligning, and what once lingered through indecision is losing its place in your life under God's guidance. Not the part that explains, not the part that prays out loud, the part that knows something is shifting but can't yet describe it. This is often where generational warfare makes its last stand. When patterns begin to lose authority, they don't always attack harder. Sometimes they confuse, rush, or pressure. They try to force movement without alignment. They whisper urgency without clarity. And many people mistake that pressure for God. But Psalm 35 and Psalm 17 teach us something different. God never rushes alignment. He establishes it. Psalm 35 shows David refusing to be hurried by opposition. Even under pressure, he is deliberate. He names what is happening. He calls God into it. He does not react impulsively. This matters because generational systems love reaction. Reaction keeps people moving without thinking, changing without healing, shifting without closing doors. Reaction creates motion, but not freedom. Psalm 17 steadies the inner world, so reaction loses power. David invites God to search him, especially in the quiet places. This is where rushed decisions are slowed and clarified. God does not pressure you into freedom. He leads you into it. Pressure creates anxiety. Guidance creates peace. Knowing the difference is crucial when cycles are breaking. There are moments when resistance increases, not because you are doing something wrong, but because you are doing something new internally. Old patterns feel threatened when you stop reacting automatically, when you pause, when you listen, when you choose alignment over impulse. That pause is powerful. It removes momentum from what once controlled you. Generational warfare often trained people to move fast emotionally, fix it quickly, smooth it over, avoid conflict, adapt immediately. Over time, speed became safety, but safety built on speed is fragile. Psalm 35 shows that safety comes from justice, not avoidance. Psalm 17 shows that justice is safest when the heart is anchored. Another tactic that appears at this stage is false urgency. Thoughts like, "You need to decide now. You're running out of time. If you don't act immediately, you'll miss your chance." This pressure can feel spiritual, but it often isn't. God invites, he doesn't rush, he leads, he doesn't shove. Urgency without peace is rarely divine. Psalm 35's confidence allows David to wait without surrendering. Psalm 17's trust allows him to rest without disengaging. This balance dismantles false urgency. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not missing your moment. You are being positioned. There are people listening who feel torn between moving forward and holding back. This tension is not failure. It is discernment awakening. Discernment pauses before it proceeds. It listens before it acts. And when discernment rises, generational noise loses volume. This is also where patience gets redefined. Patience is not passivity, it is strength under control. Psalm 35 is patient without being passive. Psalm 17 is calm without being inactive. Together they show that patience is often the posture that precedes decisive movement. Another reason pressure increases at this stage is because old identities resist change. When you stop reacting, you stop playing your old role. The peacemaker who absorbed everything, the fixer who carried everyone, the strong one who never asked. When those roles loosen, systems feel exposed. Exposure often feels uncomfortable before it feels free. Psalm 35 does not protect old roles. It restores truth. Psalm 17 does not cling to old identities. It anchors new ones. This is why this moment feels different. You are not just changing behavior. You are stepping out of agreement with roles that were never meant to define you forever. Pressure also tries to distract you with side issues, minor conflicts, emotional spikes, old conversations resurfacing. This is not coincidence. Distraction attempts to pull attention away from alignment. Psalm 35 keeps focus on the real issue. Psalm 17 keeps the heart guarded while focus is maintained. If you feel mentally scattered lately, pause instead of pushing. Scattering is often a sign that something important is being challenged. Clarity returns when pressure is resisted, not obeyed. God does not compete with noise. He waits for stillness. There are families where pressure became normal. People learned to operate under constant tension. Calm felt unfamiliar. Stillness felt unsafe. But God does not heal through pressure. He heals through presence. Psalm 17's imagery of being held under God's wings is not poetic. It is corrective. It retrains the nervous system of the soul. Pressure also distorts prayer. People pray frantically instead of faithfully. They repeat words instead of resting in truth. Psalm 35 and 17 model something else. Steady, grounded prayer. Prayer that knows where it stands. Prayer that does not need to rush God because it trusts Him. If this resonates, notice where pressure has been influencing your decisions lately. You don't need to judge yourself for it. Awareness is enough. And if you feel led, write a short prayer request in the comments asking for peace, clarity, or stability in a specific area of your life. You don't need to explain the whole story. Even a single word invites agreement. Pressure weakens when peace is invited. Confusion quiets when clarity is prayed for, and alignment strengthens when it is supported by community prayer. Psalm 35 assures us that God does not abandon those under pressure. Psalm 17 assures us that He protects the heart while truth settles. These promises remove the need to rush. You can move forward at the pace of alignment, not anxiety. Let this settle. You are not being pushed into something uncertain. You are being led out of something old. Pressure is losing influence. Discernment is rising. And what once rushed you is beginning to slow under God's guidance. If pressure has been loud in your life, don't carry it silently. Place your prayer request in the comments and allow this community to stand with you. Agreement creates calm, and calm restores clarity. Hold on to this truth. Urgency is being replaced with peace, reaction with alignment, and pressure with protection. What once tried to rush you is losing its authority. Some of the strongest chains don't feel like chains anymore. They feel like habits. They feel like personality. They feel like, this is just how I am. That's why this layer is dangerous. Generational warfare often survives by blending in. When something has been around long enough, it stops being questioned. People stop asking where it came from. They stop wondering if it should still be there. And slowly, what began as an attack turns into an identity trait. Psalm 35 and Psalm 17 confront this directly because God never confuses survival patterns with calling. Psalm 35 shows David refusing to normalize opposition. He does not say, this has been happening for a long time, so I'll adjust. He says, contend with those who contend with me. In other words, time does not legitimize injustice. Longevity does not equal permission. Just because something has been present doesn't mean it is authorized. Psalm 17 strengthens this stance by anchoring identity in God's examination, not in experience. David does not define himself by what he endured. He defines himself by who God says he is. This is critical because generational patterns love to rename endurance as destiny. They want you to believe that what you learned to live with is what you were meant to live as. Here's where it gets uncomfortable and necessary. Some people have mistaken coping mechanisms for character. Hyper-independence became strength. Emotional numbness became self-control. Overthinking became wisdom. Avoidance became peacekeeping. These adaptations may have helped you survive something real, but survival is not the finish line. Psalm 35 does not celebrate coping, it demands justice. Psalm 17 does not protect dysfunction, it restores wholeness. Generational warfare often teaches people to adapt instead of heal. Healing requires vulnerability. Adaptation requires alertness. Over time, alertness becomes exhausting. People stay guarded even when danger has passed. They brace even when God is providing peace. This constant readiness becomes a prison disguised as responsibility. Psalm 17's imagery of being kept under God's wings is deeply corrective here. It suggests safety without vigilance, protection without hyper-awareness, rest without loss of control. For someone trained by generational pressure, that can feel foreign, even unsafe at first. But safety that feels unfamiliar is often real safety. Psalm 35 also reveals something important. When injustice is normalized, people begin to defend what hurts them. They explain it, they rationalize it, they minimize it. They say things like, "It could be worse," or "That's just how our family is." But God does not ask you to protect what He intends to remove. Another way this blending happens is through humor. Families joke about dysfunction. Pain is laughed off. Struggle becomes a shared punchline. Humor can be healthy, but it can also be a shield. Psalm 35 cuts through that by taking pain seriously without becoming bitter. God does not need you to dramatize your pain, but He also does not need you to disguise it. Psalm 17 balances this by keeping the heart soft. David invites examination without self-contempt. This is important. When identity begins to separate from coping, people sometimes feel exposed. They wonder, if I'm not this, then who am I? God does not remove old layers without preparing new ground. Identity is not erased, it is clarified. There are people listening who feel tired of being the strong one, tired of being the fixer, tired of being the calm one in chaos. These roles may have been necessary once, but they are not eternal assignments. Psalm 35 breaks roles imposed by injustice. Psalm 17 restores roles rooted in relationship. Generational systems often reward functionality over health. As long as things work, no one questions the cost. But God is not impressed by functionality that drains the soul. He values truth over performance. When truth surfaces, systems shift, sometimes quietly, sometimes abruptly. This is why resistance sometimes shows up when people begin to rest. Not because rest is wrong, but because rest threatens systems built on overfunctioning. Psalm 35 confronts the system. Psalm 17 protects the person. Together they allow rest to become safe. Another sign that identity and coping are separating is emotional unfamiliarity. You may notice reactions changing. Things that once triggered you don't hit the same way, or new emotions surface, grief, anger, relief, without clear cause. This is often part of recalibration. The nervous system of the soul is learning something new. God does not rush this process. He's patient, but He is intentional. Psalm 35 shows intention toward justice. Psalm 17 shows patience toward the heart. You are not expected to know who you are becoming immediately. You are only invited to stop clinging to who you had to be. There are family lines where authenticity was unsafe. People learned to perform roles to maintain stability. Over time, authenticity felt risky. But healing requires honesty. Psalm 35 models honest confrontation. Psalm 17 models honest surrender. Neither requires perfection, only willingness. If this is resonating and you feel like certain traits, habits, or roles no longer fit, but you're not sure what replaces them yet, and that's okay. That in-between space is not confusion, it's transition. God often loosens before he replaces. As this settles, take a moment and ask yourself gently, what have I been calling me that might actually be a response to pressure? You don't need to answer it fully. Curiosity is enough for now. And if you feel led, place a brief prayer request in the comments, naming what you are ready to release or what you want God to restore in your sense of self. You might write identity, rest, healing, freedom, or clarity. One word is enough. When you name it, you invite prayer into that space. This community does not pray to force change. We pray to support alignment, and alignment allows God to do what only he can do. Restore without harm, remove without loss, and rebuild without fear. Psalm 35 ends with praise because false definitions lost their power. Psalm 17 ends with satisfaction because identity settled into truth. That same movement is available here. You are not losing yourself. You are being disentangled from what was never truly you. And what follows you from this point forward will look different, not because you tried harder, but because truth took its place. Hold on to this. Identity is clarifying. Old roles are loosening. And what once blended into your life unnoticed is being separated gently but firmly under God's care. Not into silence, but into truth without noise. Because when generational patterns are close to breaking, they often stop fighting loudly and start negotiating internally. They don't say, stay bound. They say, is this really that serious? They minimize, they soften. They suggest that maybe nothing needs to change after all. This is one of the last defenses of a cycle. Psalm 35 does not negotiate. David does not ask whether the battle deserves attention. He already knows it does. He brings it before God with clarity and firmness. This matters because negotiation keeps cycles alive. As long as something is maybe, it remains tolerated. And what is tolerated continues. Psalm 17 strengthens this stance by anchoring certainty inside the heart. David is not frantic. He is not trying to convince himself. He speaks from settled ground. That is what generational systems fear most. A person who is no longer confused, no longer debating internally, no longer splitting their loyalty between truth and familiarity. There is a subtle exhaustion that comes from constantly questioning your own discernment. Am I overreacting? Is this really spiritual? Maybe this is just life. Those questions feel reasonable, but when they repeat endlessly, they become a trap. Psalm 35 cuts through that by affirming that unjust patterns deserve confrontation. Psalm 17 affirms that discernment is trustworthy when the heart is aligned. Generational warfare often survives because people keep reopening the same internal debate. They decide something needs to change, then reconsider. They set a boundary, then feel guilty. They recognize a pattern, then minimize it. This back and forth drains resolve, but resolve is not stubbornness. It is clarity that has stopped arguing with itself. Psalm 35 shows David no longer arguing internally. He has reached a conclusion. Something is wrong, and God must intervene. Psalm 17 shows that this conclusion does not harden the heart, it steadies it. Certainty does not require aggression, it requires alignment. Another tactic that appears here is false compassion. People fear that ending a pattern means lacking grace. They worry that clarity equals judgment. But grace does not mean allowing harm to continue. Grace heals, grace restores, grace confronts what damages. Psalm 35 is full of grace because it seeks restoration through justice, not through avoidance. Psalm 17 reminds us that God's compassion does not require self-abandonment. You are not more loving because you keep absorbing damage. You are not more spiritual because you tolerate what drains you. God's protection implies limits. Limits are not cruelty. They are care. There are families where everyone learned to be understanding, but no one learned to be free. Understanding became a cage. Psalm 35 breaks that cage by insisting that God address what understanding alone could not fix. Psalm 17 keeps the heart tender while freedom is pursued. Negotiation also shows up as delay. I'll deal with this later. Now isn't the right time. Things are calm, so I won't stir anything. Calm built on avoidance is fragile. Psalm 35 does not wait for chaos to justify action. It acts because injustice already exists. Peace does not require silence. It requires truth. Psalm 17 ensures that action does not destabilize the soul. David knows he is protected. That protection allows him to be honest without fear of collapse. You are not risking everything by telling the truth. You are trusting God to hold you while truth settles. At this stage, some people feel an urge to pull back, to disengage emotionally, to go numb again. This is often the system trying to regain control. Numbness feels safer than clarity when clarity demands change, but numbness is not peace. Psalm 17's satisfaction is not numbness, it is fullness. If you notice yourself wanting to downplay what God has been revealing, pause. That pause is not failure. It is a moment of choice. You don't need to force anything. But you also don't need to undo what clarity has already begun. Psalm 35 assures us that God is not confused about what needs to end. Psalm 17 assures us that God will protect what needs to heal. These two truths remove the need to negotiate with fear. There are people listening who know exactly which pattern they keep second-guessing. You don't need to announce it. You don't need to confront anyone today. But you do need to stop convincing yourself that it doesn't matter. It matters because it has followed you, and what follows you deserves clarity. As this lands, if you feel led, place a short prayer request in the comments naming the area where you are asking God for firmness and clarity. Not emotion, not urgency, just steadiness. You might write clarity, boundaries, truth, or peace. That single word is enough. Agreement strengthens resolve. This community exists to support alignment, not pressure. When many stand together in prayer, internal negotiations lose strength. Resolve becomes easier to hold. Hold on to this truth as we continue. What God is clarifying does not need to be renegotiated. What He is exposing does not need to be minimized. You are not being extreme. You are being aligned, and alignment, once established, is very hard for old patterns to survive. There is a moment in every long spiritual battle when the issue is no longer the enemy, it is permission. Not God's permission, yours, not spoken permission, but internal permission. The quiet agreement that says, this is allowed to stay, or the decisive shift that says, this no longer has access to me. Generational warfare survives on unrevoked permission. Psalm 35 is powerful because David revokes access. He does not simply ask God to comfort him while enemies remain nearby. He asks God to confront, to block, to stop. That language matters. It signals a withdrawal of tolerance. David is no longer coexisting with what opposes him. He is asking God to take over the space. Psalm 17 supports this by showing where permission is first removed, inside the heart. David invites God to examine him, to test him, to confirm alignment. This inner clarity removes the enemy's favorite argument. You don't have the right to ask for this. Once the heart is settled, access is denied. Many people think generational patterns stay because they are powerful. Often, they stay because they were never explicitly dismissed, not welcomed, just never confronted. Silence, delay, and adaptation create a kind of passive permission. Psalm 35 breaks that silence. Psalm 17 seals the decision internally. There are family systems where people learn to make space for dysfunction, not because they wanted it, but because it felt unavoidable. Over time, making space became habit. Habits become environments. Environments shape identity, but what once felt unavoidable is not unchangeable. Permission can be revoked. Revoking permission does not require confrontation with people. It requires alignment with truth. You don't need to announce anything. You don't need to justify your decision. The most powerful shifts happen quietly, when internal agreement changes. Psalm 35 shows that God responds to internal alignment with external action. Another reason permission is hard to revoke is fear of consequences. People worry that if they stop tolerating something, everything will fall apart. But often, what falls apart was being held together by exhaustion. Psalm 17's image of being kept under God's wings speaks directly to this fear. You are not exposed. When you stop carrying what you were never meant to carry, you are covered. Generational warfare also relies on emotional loyalty. People feel guilty withdrawing permission because it feels like betrayal. But ending a pattern is not betrayal. It is stewardship. You are responsible for what you carry forward, not for preserving what harmed you. Psalm 35 seeks justice, not vengeance. Psalm 17 seeks protection, not separation from God. When permission is revoked, things often feel quieter before they feel better. There is a pause, a stillness. Old noise fades, new direction hasn't fully emerged yet. This in-between can feel unsettling if you're used to constant pressure, but stillness is not absence, it is recalibration. Psalm 17 shows that satisfaction comes after alignment, not before. You don't revoke permission because everything feels safe. Things feel safer because permission has been revoked. The order matters. Another sign permission is shifting is reduced emotional reaction. Things that once triggered intense responses now feel distant. This does not mean you are disengaged. It means access has changed. The system no longer knows how to reach you the same way. Psalm 35 describes enemies losing ground. Psalm 17 describes the heart remaining intact. Generational patterns often test boundaries after permission is revoked. They look for old access points, old guilt, old fear, old obligation. This is normal. It does not mean the decision failed. It means the boundary is being noticed. Consistency, not intensity, secures the shift. You're not required to defend your peace to anyone. You are not obligated to re-explain decisions that were made in alignment with God. Psalm 35 does not argue with the enemy. It hands the case to God. Psalm 17 does not justify itself. It rests in protection. If you feel a quiet resolve settling in you, not emotional, not dramatic, just firm, that is often the sound of permission being revoked. That firmness does not need to shout. It only needs to remain. As this resonates, take a moment to consider where permission may still be quietly active in your life. Not because you want it there, but because it was never questioned. If you feel led, place a short prayer request in the comments asking God to help you revoke access in that area and strengthen your boundaries. You might write peace, boundaries, family, mind, or freedom. One word is enough. Agreement reinforces resolve. This community is here to stand with you as permission shifts, not to pressure you, but to support alignment. When many pray together, boundaries hold more easily. Hold on to this truth. What once stayed because it was tolerated is now being challenged. Permission is changing. Access is closing. And what followed you quietly is losing its right to remain under God's authority and care. There are battles you've been fighting that were never yours to fight. You've carried burdens that didn't belong to you. You've endured pressure that wasn't yours to handle. You fought enemies that weren't meant to have access to your peace, your joy, your future. The truth is, some of the battles that have defined your life were not given to you by God. They were passed down, inherited, and then accepted as yours to carry. And now, the time has come to release them. Psalm 35 is a powerful reminder that God fights for you. David didn't ask God to help him survive a battle that was already lost. He asked for victory. He didn't ask for comfort in the midst of his struggle. He asked for justice. He knew his God wasn't just a God of endurance. He was a God of conquest. David understood something crucial. When God enters the battlefield, the terms change. Victory becomes inevitable, but that doesn't just happen when you hope for it. It happens when you stop fighting battles that were never yours, and when you allow God to intervene in places where you've been trying to do it all yourself. Psalm 17 complements this by showing us God's protection and the peace that comes from surrendering the fight to Him. David's prayer was not one of self-defense, but one of surrendering the need to defend himself. He was confident that God, the ultimate protector, was with him. This is where the shift happens, when you realize you are not meant to fight alone. Many people feel as though they are constantly in a battle. They fight for their relationships, their careers, their health, and their peace of mind, often with nothing but their own strength to rely on. This is exhausting. It leaves you drained and discouraged, not because you're weak, but because you're trying to carry a weight you were never meant to bear. Generational warfare thrives in this exhaustion. It thrives when people continue to fight without knowing what they're really fighting against. It feeds on your efforts to solve what only God can resolve. Psalm 35 is a declaration that God does not just help you endure your battles, He steps in to win them for you. In your own life, you may have inherited these battles your parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents fought, and somehow, without realizing it, you've been fighting them too. It might be struggles with finances, health, relationships, or even fear. But this is the moment you can declare, enough. When David says in Psalm 35, "Fight against those who fight against me," he's making a stand, not in his own power, but in God's. This is a pivotal moment. You're not being asked to fight in your own strength. You're being asked to step into God's strength. And with that strength, the battles that have followed your family line are not yours anymore. They belong to God. If you've been feeling the weight of those inherited battles, it's time to recognize that you don't have to carry them any longer. You don't have to keep repeating what's been passed down. It's time for you to stand in the victory God has already secured. Psalm 17 reinforces this by giving us the assurance that God's protection actively keeps us safe in the midst of battles. You don't need to fight this alone. The moments of vulnerability you've experienced, the times you felt overwhelmed, the fears that have kept you up at night, are the very areas where God is ready to step in and do the work you can't. But the first step is relinquishing control and recognizing that the battle is not yours to win. You do not need to hold on to these fights any longer. God is waiting for you to hand them over. There are people listening right now who have felt exhausted from trying to fix everything, protect everyone, and make it all work. And it's draining. You've been carrying the weight of multiple battles, and it's time to lay it down. If you are ready to stop fighting battles that were never meant for you, if you are ready to let God step in and fight for you, then take this moment to declare it. Take a deep breath and say, "This battle is not mine. I give it to God." And as you do, you may feel a burden lift, not because the problem is gone, but because you've decided you no longer need to carry it. If you feel led, take a moment to leave a short prayer request in the comments. You don't need to explain everything, just give it a word. Release, peace, victory, or freedom. When you name it, you invite God to step in and fight it for you. You are not meant to keep fighting battles that were never yours. You are meant to walk in the freedom that God has already provided. What once seemed like a never-ending struggle is being handed over to the one who never loses. Psalm 35 assures us that God will fight for you. Psalm 17 assures us that God will protect you. And today, you are stepping into the reality that you don't need to fight this fight on your own anymore. God is stepping in. Hold on to this truth. The battles are being handed over to God, the weight is being lifted, and victory is already secured. You don't need to keep carrying what's not yours. It's time to let God step in. If this message spoke to you, take action now. Subscribe to Psalm 91 Warfare and become part of a living community of believers who pray, intercede, and stand together. This isn't just a channel you watch. It's a place you stay covered. Now, like this video, that simple action helps this message reach someone else who is fighting a battle in silence and needs to know they're not alone. Then go to the comments and do two things in faith. First, write your prayer request. Keep it simple if you want. Even one word is enough. When you place it there, you are inviting agreement, and this community will stand with you in prayer. Second, make this declaration boldly. God fights my battles for me and for my family. Finally, don't leave this atmosphere yet. Watch the next recommended video and stay under this covering of prayer and truth. What God started here, He wants to continue. You are not alone. You are not uncovered, and you are not fighting by yourself. Stay connected, stay prayed for, and stay right here. Peace be with you in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. May the grace of God rest upon your life in this very moment. If you are listening to this prayer right now, I want you to understand something clearly. This is not a coincidence. God has allowed you to arrive here because He sees what you are carrying and He knows what you have been facing. Some of you feel stuck, not lazy, not careless, just unable to move forward, no matter how much effort you make. You pray, you try, you restart, but it feels like something unseen keeps holding you in the same place. Doors do not open. Progress feels delayed. Peace feels interrupted. Hear this with your heart open. You are not broken and you are not failing. Feeling stuck does not mean God has abandoned you. Sometimes it means there is an unseen burden, a hidden weight, or a spiritual resistance that needs to be lifted, not fought in your own strength. Many battles are not visible. They do not come with noise or chaos. They come as exhaustion, confusion, heaviness, and delay, and many people suffer silently because they do not know how to explain what they feel. But today, God invites you into His presence, not to accuse you, but to cover you, not to pressure you, but to deliver you. Through Psalm 91 and Psalm 17, we will pray for protection, clarity, and release from every hidden chain. Do not rush this prayer. Do not skip this moment. Stay until the end. Because what begins with understanding ends with deliverance. Remain here. God is about to work. Welcome to Psalm 91 Warfare. This is not just a channel. This is a community of faith, prayer, and spiritual intercession. Right now, you are not praying alone. You are joining a growing family of more than 32,000 intercessors from around the world. Men and women who believe in the power of prayer and stand together in the name of Jesus Christ. This channel was created for those who feel spiritually tired, overwhelmed, or under pressure from battles they cannot fully explain. It is a place for those who understand that some struggles cannot be solved with human strength, but only through the presence and power of God. Here, we pray with intention. Here, we stand in agreement. Here, no one fights alone. Every prayer released on this channel is covered by Scripture. Every declaration is spoken with faith. And every moment shared here is an act of intercession, believing that God still delivers, still protects, and still breaks chains. When you listen to these prayers, you are connecting your faith with thousands of others who are praying alongside you. We believe that when one voice cries out, many voices agree, and heaven responds. If you believe that God fights your battles, then you already belong here. Stay connected, stay in prayer, stay in faith, because in this community, we stand together until victory comes. Peace be with you in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. May the grace of God rest upon your life in this very moment. As we begin, I want you to know that you are welcome here exactly as you are. You do not need to pretend. You do not need to be strong right now. You only need to remain present. If you feel stuck, this moment is for you. Not stuck because you lack effort, intelligence, or faith, but stuck in a way that is difficult to explain. You try to move forward, yet something seems to resist every step. Progress feels slow. Doors feel closed. Motivation rises and falls, but nothing truly changes. Many people carry this feeling quietly. They continue working, caring, believing, and praying, yet deep inside they sense a weight they cannot name. It is not always sadness. It is not always fear. Sometimes it is simply the feeling that life is heavier than it should be. Hear this carefully. Feeling stuck does not mean you are failing. It does not mean you are being punished. It does not mean God has turned away from you. Often it means there is something beneath the surface that needs to be addressed gently, not fought aggressively. Some battles do not show themselves openly. They do not arrive as crises or dramatic events. They come as delay, confusion, emotional exhaustion, and a constant sense of resistance. You feel like you are always starting again from the same place. That can be discouraging, especially when you are doing your best. Many people blame themselves during these seasons. They question their worth. They question their faith. They question whether they missed something or did something wrong. But God does not look at you with accusation. He looks at you with understanding. God sees what you carry even when you cannot explain it. He sees the weight behind the smile. He sees the fatigue behind the effort. He sees the questions you do not say out loud, and He does not shame you for feeling overwhelmed. This is important to understand before we go any further. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are not invisible to God. Feeling stuck is not a label. It is a signal that something unseen may be influencing your peace, clarity, or direction. There are hidden pressures that do not bind the body, but bind momentum. Pressures that do not stop you completely, but slow you down enough to make life feel like constant effort. These pressures can come from unresolved pain, prolonged stress, emotional wounds, or spiritual resistance that quietly drains strength over time. This prayer is not meant to create fear in you. It is meant to bring understanding and relief. Because liberation does not begin with panic. It begins with awareness and trust. God does not expose what He does not intend to heal. He does not reveal what He does not plan to remove. If you feel drawn to this prayer, it is because God is inviting you into rest, clarity, and deliverance, not condemnation. As we move forward, do not rush this moment. Do not treat this prayer as background noise. Give yourself permission to slow down. Let your thoughts settle. Let your breathing calm. You do not need to force anything to happen. Psalm 91 and Psalm 17 were not written for people who had easy lives. They were written by those who knew what it meant to be surrounded, pressured, misunderstood, and in need of divine protection and clarity. These psalms are not about fear. They are about refuge. They are not about accusation. They are about God's careful attention to the inner life. Psalm 91 speaks of safety while God works. It reminds us that even when we do not see immediate change, we are covered. Psalm 17 speaks of God examining the heart, exposing hidden traps, and protecting the soul from unseen harm. Together, they form a foundation of trust and protection. This prayer will move gently. It will not rush you. It will not overwhelm your spirit. We will allow the Word of God to do its work step by step, layer by layer. Some things break instantly. Others loosen gradually. Both are part of God's process. As you listen, you may recognize thoughts or feelings you have not been able to name before. That is not a reason to be afraid. It is a sign that God is bringing clarity, and clarity always comes before freedom. Stay with me. Do not skip ahead. Do not leave early. The beginning brings understanding, but the end is where release begins. You do not need to understand everything right now. You only need to stay open and present. God is not asking you to fix yourself. He's asking you to trust Him with what you cannot fix on your own, and that is where peace begins. Before we continue, Take a moment to engage your faith and become part of this moment. Comment one word that represents what you are believing God for. You may write freedom, peace, clarity, deliverance, or simply amen. Stay here. We are just beginning. As we continue, allow yourself to remain calm and attentive. There is no need to rush what God is doing in this moment. Liberation is not always loud. Very often it begins quietly, with understanding replacing confusion and peace replacing inattention. When people feel stuck for a long time, they often assume the problem is external. They look for answers in circumstances, people, or opportunities. While those things matter, they are not always the root of the struggle. Sometimes the resistance is not outside of you, but around you, subtle and unseen. Unseen resistance does not announce itself clearly. It does not say, "I am here to stop you." Instead, it whispers discouragement. It delays progress just enough to make you doubt yourself. It drains energy slowly, making simple things feel heavy. Over time, this creates frustration and emotional fatigue. Many people adapt to this without realizing it. They lower expectations. They stop hoping deeply. They learn to survive instead of expecting change. This is not because they lack faith, but because they are tired of disappointment. God understands this exhaustion more than you know. Hidden chains are not always dramatic. They can appear as repeated delays, unfinished cycles, or a constant sense of limitation. You feel capable, yet constrained, ready, yet restrained, willing, yet blocked. This contradiction is deeply frustrating and emotionally draining. God does not ignore these patterns. He sees them clearly. He understands that long-term resistance can slowly reshape how a person sees themselves and their future. That is why this prayer is not rushed. God restores gently but thoroughly. It is important to understand that awareness is not accusation. Recognizing unseen resistance does not mean you have failed spiritually. It means God is bringing clarity so that healing and release can begin. Light does not come to shame, it comes to guide. Many people carry emotional and spiritual weight from seasons that never fully resolved, disappointments that were never processed, losses that were never mourned, prayers that felt unanswered. Over time, these unresolved moments can quietly influence present decisions and expectations. God does not force healing, He invites it. He does not overwhelm the heart, He leads it patiently. That is why staying present during this prayer matters. Your willingness to remain here is already an act of faith. As we move deeper, you may begin to sense where resistance has been affecting you. It may show up as fear of trying again, as hesitation when opportunity appears, as tension when hope starts to rise. These are not signs of weakness. They are signs that something is ready to be released. Psalm 17 speaks of God examining the heart, not to condemn it, but to protect it. God looks beneath the surface. He sees motives, wounds, and hidden pressures. He knows what has been quietly shaping your inner life. God's examination is always connected to His protection. He reveals in order to guard. He uncovers in order to free. Nothing He shows you is meant to overwhelm you. It is meant to restore alignment and peace. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection is active even while God works beneath the surface. You are not exposed during this process. You are not vulnerable. You are covered while God loosens what has been holding you back. You may not feel a sudden emotional shift, and that is okay. Freedom does not always arrive as a dramatic moment. Often it arrives as relief, clarity, and the quiet return of hope. Trust what is unfolding, even if it feels subtle. As we continue, allow yourself to release the need to analyze everything. You do not need to identify every cause or name every chain. God already knows what needs to be addressed. Your role is not to diagnose yourself. Your role is to trust. If you feel tired, stay. If your mind wants to wander, gently return. If emotions rise, allow them without judgment. God is not in a hurry. He works at the pace that brings lasting freedom. This prayer is creating space. Space for clarity, space for peace, space for movement where there was stagnation, space for hope where there was quiet resignation. God is not disappointed in you for feeling stuck. He is present with you in it. And presence is the beginning of deliverance. As we move forward, remember that release is a process. Some chains break immediately, others loosen gradually. Both are evidence of God's work. Do not measure progress by intensity, measure it by peace. Stay here, stay open, let God continue what He has begun. Before we continue into the next part of this prayer, take a moment to connect with this community of faith. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. You can write one sentence or many. God sees it, and this community of intercessors stands with you. Remain here. The work is continuing. As we continue, something important must be established in your spirit. Feeling stuck does not mean you are powerless. It does not mean you are trapped without help. It means that the moment has come for God to intervene in ways you could not accomplish on your own. There are seasons when effort is not enough. You can try harder, plan better, and pray longer, yet still feel restrained. These are the moments when God does not ask you to push more. He asks you to trust more. Divine intervention begins where human strength reaches its limit. God does not wait for you to become perfect before He acts. He waits for you to become willing to release control, willing to stop blaming yourself, willing to let Him take over what you have been carrying alone. Right now, we are shifting from awareness into authority. Authority does not come from volume or intensity. It comes from alignment with God's truth. When you align with what God says about you, resistance loses its power. You are not defined by delay. You are not defined by frustration. You are not defined by what has not worked yet. God defines you by His purpose, not by your current position. Hidden chains often survive because people try to fight them with effort instead of surrender. God's way of breaking unseen limitations is not through exhaustion, but through trust and authority. Authority rooted in His word, not in personal strength. Psalm 91 reminds us that while God fights, we are covered. That means you are not exposed during the process of deliverance. Nothing is attacking you without God's awareness. Nothing is touching you without His permission. Psalm 17 reminds us that God examines what is hidden, not to accuse, but to protect. He sees traps before they close. He sees pressure before it overwhelms. He sees resistance before it destroys hope. This is where spiritual authority begins to operate. Authority does not mean shouting at the problem. It means standing in agreement with God's truth and allowing Him to act. Right now, God is confronting what has been quietly confronting you. You may not see it. You may not feel it dramatically. But movement is happening. What has been restricting progress is being addressed at the root. What has been draining strength is being interrupted. What has been influencing your inner life without permission is losing its hold. This is not something you need to force. It is something you allow. Deliverance does not always look like a sudden emotional release. Sometimes it looks like clarity returning. Sometimes it looks like peace settling. Sometimes it looks like courage rising again where fear once lived. God works with precision, not chaos. He removes what is harmful without damaging what is good. He loosens chains without breaking the person. If you have felt blocked for a long time, it can feel strange when resistance begins to lift. You may feel cautious. You may feel unsure. That is normal. Trust develops gradually, just like freedom does. You are not imagining this moment. You are not overthinking it. God is present, and His presence carries authority. Where God's presence increases, hidden pressure decreases. Where God's truth enters, confusion loses ground. Where God's authority is recognized, resistance weakens. This is why staying until the end matters. Not because something magical happens at a specific second, but because persistence keeps the heart open long enough for God to complete what He has begun. Many people leave moments like this too early. They feel a little relief and move on. But lasting freedom comes from allowing God to finish His work, not from rushing ahead. As we move forward, do not measure progress by intensity. Measure it by peace. Measure it by how your inner world feels calmer. Measure it by how hope begins to feel possible again. God does not fight partially. He fights fully. He does not intervene halfway. He completes what He starts. You are not responsible for breaking every chain. You are responsible for staying aligned with God. God is responsible for the outcome. Right now, divine authority is active on your behalf. Even if you do not feel dramatic change, trust that God is working at a level deeper than emotion. Your role is not to analyze what is breaking. Your role is to remain receptive. Deliverance often feels quiet before it feels free. Stay here. Stay open. Let God continue. Before we move into the next part of this prayer, anchor this truth in your spirit and speak it with faith. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as an act of agreement. As you do, remember that you are standing with thousands of others who are believing God together. Remain here. The work is not finished. As we continue, it is important to allow what God is doing to settle. Freedom is not always a sudden escape. Very often it is a shift that begins on the inside. What God breaks spiritually, He stabilizes emotionally. What He releases internally, He strengthens gradually. Right now, something is changing beneath the surface. You may not be able to explain it clearly, but you can sense that the weight is not as heavy as it was before. Thoughts feel a little calmer. Breathing feels a little easier. Hope feels slightly closer. These are not coincidences. These are signs of movement. When hidden chains begin to loosen, the first thing God often restores is stability. Stability of thought, stability of emotion, stability of expectation. God does not want you to leave this prayer excited and then collapse again. He wants what He does here to last. Many people fear change because they have been stuck for so long that stillness feels familiar. Movement can feel uncomfortable at first. When resistance begins to lift, the mind sometimes asks, is this real? That question is normal. Healing often begins with caution. God understands this. He does not rush your trust. He rebuilds it gently. That is why peace, not intensity, is the sign to watch for. When God is at work, peace increases even before circumstances change. As hidden pressure lifts, you may notice that your reactions begin to change. Things that once triggered anxiety may feel less overwhelming. Situations that once felt impossible may begin to feel manageable. This does not mean the journey is finished. It means the burden is no longer crushing you. God does not remove chains only to leave you unguarded. He replaces pressure with protection. He replaces confusion with clarity. He replaces fear with assurance. This exchange is part of His design. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection is not passive, it is active and ongoing. Even now, as freedom begins to grow, you are covered. You are not exposed to new attacks. You are not vulnerable to what used to overwhelm you. God remains your refuge. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the inner life. He watches over thoughts, motives, and emotions. He knows that true freedom must reach deeper than behavior. It must reach the heart. As God stabilizes you, He also teaches you to recognize peace as guidance. When peace increases, alignment is happening. When peace decreases, God invites you to pause and listen. This awareness is part of spiritual maturity. Do not be surprised if you feel more sensitive to your inner state right now. That sensitivity is not weakness. It is discernment growing. God is helping you recognize what supports freedom and what threatens it. You may also notice that your desire to rush ahead is slowing down. That is not delay, that is wisdom forming. God often slows the pace so that freedom has time to settle and take root. This is not the moment to judge your progress. This is the moment to receive it. Freedom is not measured by how dramatic it feels, but by how sustainable it becomes. If you have lived under pressure for a long time, peace can feel unfamiliar. Sometimes people unconsciously return to stress because it feels known. God gently retrains the heart to rest without fear. Stay with this process. Do not pull away from calm. Do not distrust quiet. God often does his deepest work in moments that feel gentle rather than intense. As we continue, allow yourself to let go of the need to monitor every change. You do not need to track what is breaking or how fast it is happening. God is precise. He knows exactly what he is doing. What matters now is your willingness to remain present and receptive. Freedom grows where resistance ends. If thoughts of doubt arise, acknowledge them without fear and return to trust. Doubt does not cancel what God is doing. It only invites reassurance, and God is patient with reassurance. This prayer is not about escaping life. It is about re-entering life with clarity and strength. God restores movement, not just relief. You may begin to sense new energy forming, not forced motivation, but natural willingness. Willingness to try again, willingness to hope again, willingness to believe that progress is possible. These small shifts matter. They are evidence that hidden resistance is losing influence. God does not overwhelm the soul with sudden freedom if the soul is not ready to carry it. He strengthens you as he releases you. This balance is part of his care. As this block comes to a close, remain attentive, remain open, do not rush to conclusions. Let what God is doing continue to unfold. Before we move forward, take a moment to engage your faith in a simple and honest way. Comment one word that represents what you are sensing right now. It may be peace, relief, hope, calm, clarity, or simply amen. Stay here. Freedom is growing. As we continue, it is important to understand that freedom is not only about removing what restricts you, it is also about healing what has been affected by long seasons of pressure. When a person has felt stuck for a long time, the heart often learns to protect itself by lowering expectations. God gently restores hope without overwhelming the soul. Many people do not realize how deeply repeated delays and disappointments can shape their inner life. Over time, hope becomes cautious, faith becomes quieter, dreams become smaller. This is not a lack of belief, it is a response to emotional fatigue. God understands this completely. Right now, God is not only loosening unseen chains, he is also addressing the patterns that formed while those chains were in place. Patterns of self-doubt, patterns of hesitation, patterns of expecting less in order to avoid disappointment. God does not judge you for these patterns, he heals them. When pressure lasts for a long time, the mind adapts. It learns to survive instead of expect. It learns to cope instead of trust deeply. God restores expectations slowly so that hope does not feel unsafe. As this prayer continues, you may notice that certain thoughts begin to lose their intensity. Thoughts like, what if it doesn't work, or what if nothing changes? These thoughts do not disappear instantly, but they begin to lose authority. God replaces them with steadiness rather than hype. Healing is often quiet. It does not announce itself loudly. It shows up as patience returning, as gentler self-talk, as less tension around the future. These are signs of restoration taking root. God is not asking you to suddenly believe everything will change overnight. He is inviting you to believe that change is possible again. That invitation alone is powerful. Breaking patterns does not require force. It requires awareness and trust. God breaks cycles not by exhausting you, but by guiding you into new responses. Where you once reacted with fear, you begin to pause. Where you once withdrew, you begin to engage again, carefully and wisely. If you have felt discouraged for a long time, joy may feel unfamiliar. That is okay. Joy does not need to be forced. God introduces it gently, like light entering a room slowly. Psalm 17 reminds us that God examines the heart. He sees the layers beneath behavior. He sees the reasons behind caution. He understands why hope became guarded. His examination is always connected to care. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection continues even while healing unfolds. You are not exposed during this process. God covers both your progress and your vulnerability. As God heals inner patterns, He also restores confidence. Not loud confidence, but quiet assurance. The kind of assurance that does not need constant validation, the kind that allows you to move forward without pressure. You may begin to notice that the idea of the future feels slightly less heavy. That is not imagination. That is hope beginning to breathe again. God does not replace fear with unrealistic expectations. He replaces fear with trust. Trust that He is present. Trust that He is working. Trust that He is faithful even when outcomes are still forming. This is a moment to be patient with yourself. Healing does not erase memory, but it softens its influence. What once defined your reactions begins to lose control. You may also notice that you feel less urgency to fix everything. That is a sign of surrender forming. God does not need you to solve your life. He needs you to trust Him with it. As patterns break, new space forms inside you. Space for peace, space for clarity, space for direction. God fills that space with His presence rather than pressure. If you feel emotions rising unexpectedly, allow them. Tears, relief, or even stillness are all valid responses. God works with honesty, not suppression. This prayer is not pushing you forward before you are ready. It is preparing you to move forward with stability. God does not want temporary relief. He wants sustainable freedom. As we continue, let go of the idea that healing must look dramatic. Often the deepest healing feels like rest. Remain here. Allow what God is doing to continue without interruption. Before we move into the next part of this prayer, connect with this community of faith and intercession. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. Whether your request is for freedom, clarity, healing, or strength, it matters. This community stands with you, and God sees every word. Stay here. The work is continuing. As we continue, it is time to strengthen what has been loosened and affirm what God is establishing. Freedom does not remain by emotion alone, it remains by truth. What God begins through awareness and healing, He secures through authority and faith. Authority does not mean striving. It does not mean forcing outcomes or proving strength. True spiritual authority is quiet confidence rooted in trust. It is the assurance that God is actively involved, even when circumstances are still unfolding. If you have felt stuck for a long time, it is natural to question whether progress will last. God understands this hesitation. That is why this moment is not about excitement, but about grounding. Grounding your faith in God's faithfulness rather than in temporary feelings. Right now, God is reinforcing stability. He is strengthening your inner posture so that freedom does not collapse under pressure. What was once fragile is becoming resilient. What once felt uncertain is becoming anchored. Hidden chains do not always break with noise. Often they lose power quietly as truth replaces fear. God does not need dramatic displays to assert His authority. His presence alone is enough. As this prayer continues, you may notice a growing sense of calm confidence, not arrogance, not denial. Simply the quiet knowledge that you are not fighting alone and never were. This is important. Spiritual authority is not about confronting darkness directly. It is about aligning with God so completely that darkness loses relevance. Light does not argue with darkness, it displaces it. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection is not something we create, it is something we dwell in. As you remain under God's covering, you are not exposed to what once overwhelmed you. You are guarded as freedom stabilizes. Psalm 17 reminds us that God defends the inner life. He guards thoughts, motives, and intentions. Authority begins internally before it ever affects circumstances. If you have felt spiritually drained, this is where strength begins to return. Not through effort, but through alignment. When alignment increases, resistance decreases. You are not required to maintain freedom through constant vigilance. God does not hand you peace and then expect you to protect it alone. He remains involved, attentive, and present. As faith strengthens, fear loses leverage. Fear may still attempt to speak, but it no longer leads. Authority changes the order of influence. God's truth speaks first. You may begin to sense that decisions feel less pressured. The urgency to fix everything now begins to fade. That is a sign of trust forming. God does not operate in panic, He operates in purpose. This is also a moment to release false responsibility. You are not responsible for carrying every outcome. You are responsible for remaining faithful and receptive. God handles results. Authority also brings clarity. What once felt confusing begins to feel simpler. Not because answers suddenly appear, but because peace begins to guide choices. You may notice that your inner dialogue changes. Where you once questioned yourself harshly, you begin to speak with patience. Where you once assumed failure, you begin to allow possibility. These are not small changes. They are evidence that God's authority is reshaping your inner world. If resistance attempts to return, do not engage it with fear. Simply return to trust. Authority does not argue, it rests. God does not remove chains only to leave you uncertain. He replaces restriction with assurance. Assurance that He is near. Assurance that He is capable. Assurance that He is faithful. This prayer is not about building your confidence in yourself. It is about strengthening your confidence in God. Confidence that does not fluctuate with circumstances. As we move forward, let your faith remain steady. You do not need to feel strong to be secure. You only need to stay aligned. God's authority is not fragile. It does not weaken when emotions shift. It does not disappear when doubts arise. It remains constant. Right now, what God has begun is being consolidated. Freedom is being secured. Peace is being reinforced. Direction is becoming clearer. This consolidation matters. It ensures that progress is not temporary. It allows what God has done to settle deeply rather than fade quickly. Remain here. Let what has been established become firm. Before we continue into the next part of this prayer, anchor your faith with this declaration. Speak it not as effort, but as trust. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as an act of agreement and confidence. As you do, remember that you are standing with thousands of intercessors who believe this truth together. Stay here. Freedom is being secured. As we continue, I want you to listen with your heart, not only with your ears. This is a turning point in this prayer. What we address now reaches deeper layers, the places where discouragement settled quietly and hope was slowly pressured into silence. If you have felt stuck for a long time, there is a moment when the soul begins to ask dangerous questions. Questions like, will this ever change? Or is this just how life will be? These questions are not sinful, but they are heavy. And if they are left unanswered, they can slowly steal expectation. Hear this clearly. God did not bring you this far to leave you here. Long seasons of resistance can make a person doubt their own discernment. You start to wonder if you are hearing God correctly. You start to second-guess every step. You hesitate even when opportunities appear. This is one of the most damaging effects of hidden spiritual pressure. That pressure does not always scream. Sometimes it whispers, "Don't try again." Sometimes it whispers, "Lower your expectations." Sometimes it whispers, "It's safer not to hope." But those whispers are not God. God does not lead his children through intimidation. He leads through peace, clarity, and assurance. When fear becomes the dominant voice, it is a sign that something foreign has been influencing your inner life. Right now, we confront that influence, not with anger, but with truth. There is a difference between patience and resignation. Patience trusts God while waiting. Resignation gives up quietly. God restores patience. He removes resignation. If you have found yourself merely surviving instead of believing, this prayer is for you. If you stop dreaming, not because you wanted to, but because it hurt too much to expect again, God sees that wound. Hidden chains do not always restrict actions. Sometimes they restrict expectation. They convince a person to stop reaching, stop asking, stop believing deeply. That is a form of bondage that must be broken gently but firmly. God does not shame you for protecting your heart. He heals the place where protection turned into limitation. Right now, something important is happening. God is separating what belongs to him from what does not. He is identifying which thoughts came from pressure and which came from truth. This separation brings relief. You may feel a mix of emotions: relief, tension, hope, caution. That is normal. When pressure begins to lift, the soul recalibrates. This is where many people leave prayer too early. They feel exposed emotionally and withdraw. But if you stay, stability replaces vulnerability. If you remain, clarity replaces confusion. Do not leave now. What God is addressing in this moment has been influencing your direction more than you realize. He is not only removing resistance, he is restoring alignment. Alignment brings momentum. Alignment brings peace. Alignment brings confidence to move again. God is not rushing you, but he is awakening you. If you feel tired, stay. If you feel emotional, stay. If you feel uncertain, stay. Staying is not weakness. Staying is agreement. God is stronger than the pressure that has been holding you. He is more faithful than the delay that frustrated you. He is more patient than the fear that cautioned you. Right now, God is breaking agreements you never consciously made. Agreements with fear, agreements with limitation, agreements with disappointment. You did not choose those agreements. They formed through survival. But today they are being dissolved. This is not imagination. This is intervention. You may not see chains falling, but you will feel space opening. Space to breathe, space to think, space to believe again. And that space matters, because freedom always begins with space. As this block comes to a close, I want you to pause and reflect on what you are sensing. Not what you think should be happening, but what is actually shifting inside you. Do not minimize it. Do not dismiss it. Do not rush past it. God is working where words cannot reach. Before we move forward, engage your faith with honesty and simplicity. Comment one word that represents what you need God to break or restore right now. It may be freedom, hope, direction, confidence, peace, or simply amen. Stay here. This is a turning point. As we continue, I want you to understand something very important. There are moments in prayer when God does not simply comfort the heart. He confronts what has been silently harming it. This is one of those moments. If you have felt emotionally tired for a long time, not because of one specific event, but because life itself feels heavy, God sees that. If you have carried disappointment quietly, telling yourself to be strong, to be patient, to not complain, God sees that too. Nothing you have endured has gone unnoticed. There is a kind of exhaustion that does not come from doing too much, but from hoping too many times and being disappointed too often. That exhaustion can slowly convince the heart to stop expecting change. And when expectation fades, movement fades with it. This is where hidden bondage often settles. not as fear, not as panic, but as resignation. Resignation whispers, this is just how things are. Resignation whispers, don't expect too much. Resignation whispers, it's safer not to hope. But resignation is not from God. God never teaches his children to settle for limitation. He teaches them to rest while trusting, not to surrender hope. Rest and resignation are not the same. Rest is peaceful trust. Resignation is quiet defeat. God removes resignation and restores rest. Right now, God is touching the place where disappointment changed how you expect. He is healing the moment when hope became guarded. He is restoring the part of you that stopped believing deeply because it hurt too much to be disappointed again. This is why this prayer feels personal, because it is. God is not addressing a surface problem. He is addressing a deep agreement that formed over time. An agreement that said, I will stop expecting so I don't get hurt again. That agreement may have protected you emotionally for a season, but now it restricts you spiritually. And God is breaking it. You may feel emotion rising unexpectedly. You may feel tension releasing. You may feel tears or stillness or even resistance. All of that is normal. When God removes something that has been there for a long time, the soul responds. Do not pull away from this moment. Many people disconnect right here, not because God is not working, but because He is. Exposure can feel uncomfortable before it feels freeing. But if you stay, discomfort turns into relief. God is not asking you to pretend everything is fine. He is inviting you to be honest so He can heal fully. This is a safe moment. This is a protected moment. This is not a moment of judgment. Psalm 17 reminds us that God examines the heart. He does not examine to accuse, but to defend. He sees where pain shaped expectation. He sees where disappointment built walls. And He gently removes what no longer serves His purpose in your life. Psalm 91 reminds us that while God is working deeply, you are covered completely. Nothing is attacking you in this process. You are safe while God heals you. If you have been stuck emotionally, mentally, or spiritually, it is not because you are weak. It is because something has been draining you quietly for a long time. And quiet damage requires gentle but firm healing. Right now, God is restoring your ability to expect again, not with pressure, but with peace, not with unrealistic promises, but with grounded hope. Hope does not return as excitement first. It returns as willingness. Willingness to try again, willingness to believe that things can change, willingness to trust God one more time. That willingness is forming in you right now. Do not rush it. Do not test it. Do not question it away. Let it grow. As this block comes to a close, I want you to know this. You do not have to carry what you have been carrying alone anymore. God invites you to place it into His hands, fully and honestly. And this community is here to stand with you. Before we continue, take a moment to release what is heavy by naming it. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. Write it honestly. Write it simply. Whether it is fear, delay, confusion, exhaustion, or hope that needs restoration, it matters. And you are surrounded by intercessors who will stand with you. Stay here. God is not finished. As we continue, this is the moment where understanding turns into decision. There comes a point in every process of freedom when clarity is no longer enough. The heart must choose what it will agree with moving forward. Not emotionally, but spiritually. Hidden bondage survives through quiet agreement. Not conscious agreement, but emotional acceptance. Acceptance that says, this is just how things are. Acceptance that says, I will live with this. Acceptance that says, I don't expect more anymore. And today, that agreement is being broken. You did not choose to feel stuck. You did not choose the delays. You did not choose the exhaustion. But you can choose what voice you will align with now. And that choice carries power. God never forces freedom. He invites agreement with truth. Right now, God is calling you out of passive endurance and into active trust. Active trust does not mean striving. It means refusing to agree with limitation any longer. It means allowing God's truth to redefine what is possible. This is where spiritual chains finally lose authority. Chains remain strong when they go unchallenged. They weaken the moment truth confronts them. And truth is confronting every false conclusion that formed during your season of struggle. False conclusions like, this is permanent, this is my limit, this is as far as I go. Those conclusions are not facts, they are symptoms of pressure. God's truth speaks louder. This season is not your identity. This delay is not your destiny. This resistance is not stronger than me. Right now, God is restoring your authority to believe again without fear, authority to hope without shame, authority to move without apology. This does not mean every obstacle disappears instantly. It means obstacles no longer define you. You move forward without their permission. If you have felt hesitant to decide, hesitant to commit, hesitant to trust again, God understands why. Repeated disappointment teaches caution. But today, God is not asking you to rush. He is asking you to realign. Alignment shifts everything. When you align with fear, fear governs decisions. When you align with disappointment, disappointment sets expectations. When you align with God, God sets the direction. And God's direction always leads to life. This is the moment where internal resistance is confronted, not with force, but with authority. Authority that says, I no longer agree with what has been holding me back. You may feel a sense of firmness rising inside you, not anger, not frustration, but resolve. That resolve is important. It is the sign that your spirit is no longer willing to remain confined. Do not confuse resolve with pressure. Resolve is calm. Resolve is grounded. Resolve is steady. God is not stirring chaos in you. He is establishing clarity. As this happens, you may notice that fear attempts to resurface. Fear often reacts when it realizes it is losing control. Do not be alarmed. Do not engage it. Simply return to truth. Truth does not argue. Truth does not panic. Truth stands. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection remains even as authority is reclaimed. You are not exposed while you decide. You are covered. Psalm 17 reminds us that God defends the inner life. He guards your heart as you realign. Nothing is allowed to overwhelm you in this process. Right now, God is strengthening your spiritual posture. You are no longer bowed by pressure. You are standing in trust. Standing does not mean everything feels perfect. It means you are no longer agreeing with defeat. This is a critical shift. Many people pray for freedom but never change agreement. They ask God to remove chains while still believing they must live with limitation. Today, that cycle ends. You are not declaring victory because you feel strong. You are declaring victory because God is faithful. Victory is not arrogance. Victory is alignment with truth. And truth says that what has been resisting you is not greater than the God who stands with you. As we approach the next part of this prayer, allow this resolve to settle. Let it become calm confidence. Let it become quiet assurance. You do not need to announce this decision to anyone. Heaven has already heard it. Before we continue, anchor this truth with your voice and your faith. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as an act of agreement and authority. As you do, remember that you are not declaring this alone. You are declaring it alongside thousands of intercessors who believe this truth with you. Stay here. Freedom is no longer just beginning. It is being claimed. As we continue, allow your spirit to settle. What was confronted has been confronted. What was challenged has been challenged. Now God invites you into rest, not because the battle was imaginary, but because the battle is no longer yours to carry. There is a moment after every spiritual rupture where silence becomes sacred. Not emptiness, but peace. Not absence, but assurance. This is that moment. You may feel calmer than expected, or quieter, or simply less tense. That is not anticlimax, that is confirmation. When God finishes a work, He often leaves peace behind as evidence. Many people expect freedom to feel explosive, but often true freedom feels like relief, like breathing without pressure, like realizing you are no longer bracing for impact. This is the sign that something real has shifted. God does not replace chains with chaos. He replaces them with rest. He does not remove pressure only to leave uncertainty. He replaces it with confidence in His presence. If you notice your thoughts slowing down, that is not weakness. That is your nervous system responding to safety. When spiritual pressure lifts, the body often follows. Do not rush to fill this calm with worry or analysis. Do not question peace just because you are used to tension. God is retraining your inner life to recognize rest as normal again. This is where many people unknowingly sabotage their own freedom. They feel peace and immediately look for danger. They assume calm cannot last. But peace that comes from God is not fragile. It is anchored. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection continues even after deliverance. You are not protected only during the fight. You are protected during rest as well. God watches while you breathe. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the inner life. He does not only free you from what was outside, He secures what is inside. That security matters. You do not need to replay the battle in your mind. You do not need to monitor every emotion. Freedom does not require constant supervision. God sustains what He establishes. Right now, your responsibility is not to fight. It is to receive peace, receive rest, receive reassurance. You may notice a gentle confidence forming, not loud belief, but quiet trust. Trust that God is present. Trust that God is faithful. Trust that what was broken will not rebuild itself. This trust is not blind. It is informed by experience. You have felt the weight lift. You have sensed the shift, that awareness is enough. As freedom settles, God also begins to restore clarity. Decisions feel less urgent. The future feels less threatening. You do not need all the answers at once anymore. This is not avoidance. This is alignment. When alignment returns, urgency fades. God does not lead through panic. He leads through peace. If thoughts of fear attempt to return, do not engage them aggressively. Simply return to rest. Peace is not passive. Peace is positioning. When you remain in peace, you remain under God's authority. This is where endurance is rebuilt. Not endurance through struggle, but endurance through trust. You are learning to live without carrying what was never meant to be yours. God is not asking you to prove anything after this moment. He is not asking you to show dramatic change. He is inviting you to walk forward, gently, grounded, and aware. Freedom matures when it is not rushed. As this prayer continues, this calm will deepen, this rest will strengthen, this assurance will stabilize. Do not be surprised if sleep comes easier after this. Do not be surprised if your body relaxes. Healing often reaches places words never touched. God is careful with your heart. He does not overwhelm it. He restores it patiently. As we prepare to move into the next part of this prayer, take a moment to recognize what you are experiencing now. Not what you expect to feel, but what is actually present. Before we continue, engage your faith one more time in a simple, honest way. Comment one word that represents what you are feeling right now. It may be peace, relief, rest, calm, assurance, or simply, Amen. Stay here. What God has done is being sealed. As we continue, this is a moment to acknowledge what God has done and what He continues to do. Gratitude is not the end of prayer, it is a seal of trust. When we give thanks, We are not denying that challenges may still exist. We are declaring that God remains greater than anything ahead. Right now, gratitude grounds the soul. It anchors freedom so it does not drift. It reminds the heart that peace did not come by accident. It came through God's presence, care, and intervention. If you are feeling calmer than when you started, pause and recognize that. If your thoughts feel less heavy, notice that. If your heart feels more stable, honor that moment. These are not small things. They are signs of God's work settling deeply. God does not require dramatic expressions to confirm His presence. He often confirms Himself through steadiness, through calm, through the quiet realization that you are no longer carrying what once overwhelmed you. This is also a moment of protection. After freedom comes covering. God does not release His children and then leave them unguarded. He surrounds what He restores. He protects what He heals. Psalm 91 reminds us that God's covering does not expire. It is not temporary. It does not fade after prayer ends. Protection continues into daily life, into rest, into decisions, and into the unknown. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the inner life. He watches over thoughts and intentions. He protects peace from being slowly eroded by worry or fear. This inner guarding is essential. You do not need to fear losing what God has done. God is more invested in sustaining your freedom than you are. He does not abandon His work halfway. If moments of uncertainty arise later, remember this moment. Remember the calm. Remember the assurance. Return to trust. Freedom is maintained through remembrance as much as through prayer. This is also a moment to release gratitude for yourself, for staying, for not leaving early, for allowing God to work. Your willingness mattered. Your openness mattered. God honors hearts that remain present. As life resumes its normal pace, there may be moments when old thoughts attempt to resurface. That does not mean freedom failed. It means habit is adjusting. Simply return to peace. Peace is your reference point now. You do not need to fight thoughts aggressively. You do not need to panic if emotions fluctuate. Healing is not fragile. God stabilizes what He restores. Right now, your inner life is more secure than it was before this prayer. Not because everything is resolved, but because you are not alone in what remains. God's presence goes with you. God's peace remains within you. God's protection surrounds you. Let gratitude replace vigilance. Let trust replace fear. Let rest replace overthinking. This prayer is not ending abruptly. It is transitioning into ongoing awareness of God's nearness. Before we move forward, I invite you to release what is still on your heart by naming it. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. Whether it is for continued peace, protection, clarity, or strength, your request matters. This community of intercessors stands with you, and God sees every word. Stay here. God's covering remains. As we continue, this is the moment where everything that has been prayed, spoken, and released begins to align into clarity. This is not a moment of effort. It is a moment of confirmation. Confirmation that what God has done is real, intentional, and lasting. Freedom is not only the removal of pressure, it is the restoration of identity. When hidden chains lose authority, the soul begins to remember who it is beneath the weight. Strength returns, not as force, but as recognition. You are not defined by the season that tried to limit you. You're not defined by the delay that frustrated you. You're not defined by the exhaustion that slowed you down. You're defined by the God who has been walking with you through all of it. Many people leave moments like this thinking, I hope this lasts. But God does not work in uncertainty. What He establishes, He sustains. What He restores, He protects. What He frees, He guards. Right now, something important is being confirmed in you. You are not powerless. You were never powerless. You were pressured, and pressure has limits. God does not. This prayer was not about making you feel better temporarily. It was about reminding you where your strength comes from. Strength that does not depend on circumstances. Strength that does not collapse under delay. As you move forward after this prayer, your posture changes. You no longer approach life from a place of quiet defeat. You move with awareness, with discernment, with confidence grounded in God's presence. This does not mean you will never face resistance again. It means resistance will no longer define you. It will no longer silence you. It will no longer control your expectations. You are learning to recognize peace as your anchor. When peace remains, alignment is present. When peace is disturbed, wisdom pauses. This awareness is a gift that will guide you beyond this moment. Psalm 91 reminds us that God's covering does not fluctuate with circumstances. You are protected in movement, protected in stillness, protected in decision, protected in rest. Psalm 17 reminds us that God defends the inner life. He guards your heart from subtle intrusions. He protects your thoughts from quiet erosion. He stands watch over what matters most. This is not something you need to maintain through constant vigilance. God does not place freedom in your hands and walk away. He remains actively involved. He remains attentive. He remains faithful. If at any point after this prayer you feel uncertainty rise, return to what you know. Return to peace. Return to trust. Return to the truth that God has already intervened. You do not need to replay the struggle to prove that it happened. You do not need to rehearse the pain to validate the healing. What has been done does not need to be re-experienced to remain real. God is not asking you to live cautiously. He is inviting you to live attentively. Attentiveness allows you to move forward without fear. It allows you to respond instead of react. As freedom matures, confidence grows quietly. You begin to notice that you trust your steps again. You trust your discernment again. You trust that God is guiding you even when answers are still forming. This trust is not naive. It is informed by experience. You have seen God meet you here. You have felt the shift. That matters. The chains that once held you back no longer have authority to redefine your future. They may attempt to remind you of the past, but they do not determine what comes next. God determines what comes next. And God is not limited by what limited you. As this block draws to a close, allow this truth to settle deeply. Let it anchor you, let it steady you, let it remind you that you are not walking forward alone. This is not the end of prayer. It is the beginning of walking differently. Before we move into the final moments of this video, seal this truth with faith and confidence. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as a statement of trust and agreement. As you do, remember that you are part of a community of intercessors who stand together in this truth. Stay here. What God has done is complete, and what He is doing continues. As we move into this final block, I want you to understand something deeply. What God has done during this prayer is not meant to fade when the moment ends. It is meant to carry forward into your daily life, shaping how you think, how you respond, and how you move. Freedom is not only about what breaks behind you, it is also about what opens in front of you. Right now, God is sealing what has been released. He is closing doors that were never meant to remain open and opening space where restriction once lived. This sealing is quiet, but it is firm. Nothing that God has removed is allowed to reclaim authority over you. You may not feel dramatically different, and that is okay. God does not always announce His work with emotion. Sometimes He confirms it with stability. Stability of thought, stability of peace, stability of direction. That stability matters, because when stability returns, clarity follows. You may begin to notice that decisions no longer feel as heavy, that the future no longer feels as threatening, that you are less reactive and more aware. These are not coincidences. They are signs that alignment has been restored. God is not just freeing you from what held you back, He is realigning you with who you were always meant to be beneath the pressure. Pressure distorts perception. Freedom restores perspective. You are beginning to see clearly again. This is also the moment where God strengthens discernment. Discernment is the ability to recognize what belongs in your life and what does not. As freedom settles, distractions lose attraction. You become less interested in what drains you and more attentive to what gives life. This is a sign of spiritual health. God is teaching you to move without rushing, to decide without fear, to trust without needing constant reassurance. This does not happen overnight, but it begins here. If at any point after this prayer you feel uncertainty, return to what you know. Return to peace. Return to the awareness that God has already intervened. Do not measure progress by perfection. Measure it by alignment. Alignment does not mean everything is easy. Alignment means you are no longer fighting in the wrong direction. God is also restoring courage. Not reckless courage, but steady courage. The courage to take small steps again. The courage to trust opportunities without fear. The courage to believe that your story is still unfolding. You are not starting over from nothing. You are moving forward with clarity. As this prayer comes to completion, do not rush to fill the quiet with noise. Allow what God has done to settle. Let it become part of you rather than just something you experienced. God does not want this moment to remain external. He wants it to become internalized. That is how freedom lasts. You may notice that gratitude begins to rise naturally. Gratitude is not denial of hardship. It is recognition of God's faithfulness. Let gratitude anchor you. You may also notice that your inner dialogue has softened. You speak to yourself with more patience, with more understanding, with more trust. This is not accidental. God is reshaping how you relate to yourself. He is restoring dignity. Dignity that pressure tried to erode. Dignity that delay tried to question. Dignity that fear tried to silence. You were never diminished by what you endured. You were refined, and refinement always prepares for something new. As we close this block, I want you to reflect on what this prayer has stirred within you. Not what you expected, but what you sensed. Not what you forced, but what you received. That awareness matters. Before we fully close, engage your faith one final time in a simple but powerful way. Comment one word that represents what you are stepping into after this prayer. It may be freedom, clarity, peace, confidence, direction, or simply amen. Stay grounded, stay aware. What God has begun is not ending, it is continuing. As we continue, we enter a deeper layer of this prayer. This is the place where God not only frees the future, but gently heals the past. Many people want deliverance without revisiting what wounded them, but God restores completely. He does not rush past pain. He redeems it. If you have felt emotionally guarded, cautious, or closed off in certain areas of your life, God understands why. Those walls did not form out of rebellion. They formed out of survival. And God does not condemn survival. He heals what survival created. Long seasons of pressure often teach the heart to protect itself quietly. You stop sharing deeply. You stop expecting support. You stop believing that others will understand. Over time, isolation can form even when people are around. God sees that isolation. He sees the moments when you wanted to speak but chose silence instead. He sees the prayers you whispered instead of declared. He sees the emotions you carried alone because you did not want to burden anyone. This prayer is not only about breaking chains ahead of you, it is also about releasing what has been trapped inside you. Right now, God is touching places that were never meant to remain locked. Not forcefully, not abruptly, but with care, with patience, with understanding. You may feel emotion rising that you did not expect. Memories, sensations, feelings that surface quietly. Do not be alarmed. Healing often reaches places logic never touched. God is not reopening wounds to cause pain. He is opening them to let light in. This is a sacred moment. Many people believe they must be strong all the time, but strength without rest eventually becomes exhaustion. God does not ask you to perform strength. He invites you into rest. If you have been carrying emotional weight for a long time, it can feel strange to lay it down. You may wonder who you are without it. God gently answers that question by restoring peace. Peace does not erase memory. Peace changes its influence. What once controlled you begins to soften. What once defined you begins to lose authority. God is restoring emotional safety. Safety to feel again. Safety to trust again. Safety to hope without fear of collapse. You are not being asked to relive pain. You are being invited to release it. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to be honest with God. You do not need perfect words. You do not need polished faith. God responds to sincerity, not performance. If tears come, allow them. If stillness comes, receive it. If nothing feels dramatic, trust that God is still working. Healing is not measured by intensity. It is measured by freedom. Psalm 17 reminds us that God examines the heart. He sees the reasons behind withdrawal. He understands why trust became cautious. His examination is always paired with protection. Psalm 91 reminds us that even in vulnerable moments, we are covered. You are not exposed while you heal. You are safe in God's presence. Right now, God is lifting emotional burdens you learned to live with, burdens you assumed were permanent, burdens you stopped naming because they felt too familiar. You do not need to justify your pain. You do not need to minimize it. You do not need to carry it anymore. God does not shame wounds. He heals them. As healing unfolds, you may notice a softening inside, a sense of openness returning, a willingness to engage life again without bracing for disappointment. This does not mean you will never be cautious again. It means caution will no longer control you. God restores balance, wisdom without fear, discernment without withdrawal, strength without hardness. You are being made whole, not just free. As this block nears its close, remain still for a moment. Let what God is doing continue without interruption. Do not rush to define it. Simply receive it. And remember, you are not alone in this process. Before we move forward, I invite you to place what still feels heavy into the care of this community of faith. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. Write it simply. Write it honestly. Whether it is emotional healing, restored trust, peace, or strength, your request matters, and thousands of intercessors stand with you. Stay here. Healing is still unfolding. As we continue, allow your spirit to enter a quieter place. This is not a retreat from life, it is a return to center. After confrontation and healing, God invites His children into rest that restores strength rather than drains it. Many people confuse rest with stopping, but spiritual rest is not inactivity. It is alignment. It is the moment when the soul stops bracing for impact and begins to trust again. If you have lived under pressure for a long time, calm can feel unfamiliar. Your body learned to stay alert. Your mind learned to anticipate problems. Your heart learned to stay guarded. God understands these learned responses, and He gently retrains them. Right now, God is teaching your inner life that it is safe to rest. Rest does not mean everything is resolved. Rest means everything is held. When God holds what concerns you, striving loses its purpose. Effort relaxes, tension releases. The need to control outcomes fades. This is where renewal begins. You may notice that your breathing feels deeper, your thoughts feel less crowded, your emotions feel steadier. These are not small changes. They are signs that your nervous system and your spirit are responding to safety. God's presence creates safety. In this place of quiet trust, God restores strength without noise, strength that does not depend on adrenaline, strength that does not collapse under pressure, strength that remains steady. If your faith has felt tired, this is where it is renewed. not by demanding more from you, but by giving more to you. God does not ask exhausted hearts to produce strength. He supplies it. This renewal is subtle, but it is real. You may feel less urgency to rush ahead, less pressure to have everything figured out, less fear about what comes next. That is wisdom forming. God slows the pace to protect what He has restored. As rest deepens, clarity often follows. Not clarity that overwhelms with details, but clarity that simplifies. You begin to sense what matters most, what can wait, what needs attention. Peace guides prioritization. This is a gift. In this quiet space, God also heals the relationship between effort and trust. You learn that you can act without anxiety and wait without fear. Both are expressions of faith. If you have struggled with overthinking, notice how thoughts lose intensity here. Overthinking thrives on uncertainty and fear. Rest interrupts its cycle. As trust increases, mental noise decreases. God is not silencing your mind. He is calming it. You are not becoming passive. You are becoming grounded. Grounded faith is resilient. It does not rise and fall dramatically. It remains steady through changing seasons. This is where many people rediscover joy, not loud joy, but gentle appreciation. Gratitude for small things, contentment in the present moment, joy that does not need constant excitement. God restores joy without pressure. As this prayer continues, you may sense a growing willingness to face the future without dread. That willingness matters. It means fear is no longer setting the tone. Fear does not disappear all at once, but it no longer leads. In this rest, God also strengthens discernment. You become more aware of what drains you and what nourishes you. You learn to step away from what disturbs peace and lean into what sustains it. This discernment protects freedom. You may also notice a soft confidence forming, not pride, not self-reliance, simply the quiet assurance that God is with you and that you are not navigating life alone. This confidence does not shout, it settles. As renewal continues, allow yourself to remain here without forcing conclusions. You do not need to label this moment. You only need to receive it. God does not rush restoration. He completes it carefully. If distractions arise, gently return. If doubts whisper, acknowledge them and return to trust. Rest is not fragile. It grows stronger as you return to it. This is the posture that sustains freedom. Before we move forward, take a moment to engage your faith in a simple way. Comment one word that represents what you are receiving right now. It may be rest, peace, trust, renewal, calm, or simply amen. Stay here. Rest is restoring you. As we continue, this is the moment where rest begins to turn into direction. Not rushed movement, not pressured decisions, but clear steps guided by peace. God never restores rest so that His children remain still forever. He restores rest so they can move forward without fear. Many people confuse stillness with stagnation, but what God has been doing in you is not stagnation, it is preparation. Preparation always precedes movement, and movement guided by God is never chaotic. If you have been unsure about your next step, this prayer is realigning your inner compass. Direction does not always arrive as a loud instruction. Often it comes as a quiet sense of "this feels right," replacing "everything feels heavy." That shift matters. God does not lead through anxiety. When anxiety dominates, direction becomes distorted. Now that peace has been restored, direction can be trusted again. You may notice that certain paths no longer attract you the way they used to. Certain habits, conversations, or expectations lose their pull. That is discernment strengthening. God is refining your focus. Direction is not only about where to go, it is also about what to leave behind. God gently removes attachments that were formed during survival seasons, attachments to urgency, attachments to over-explaining, attachments to proving yourself. These things once helped you cope, but they no longer serve you. You are not losing anything valuable. You are gaining clarity. As direction forms, confidence begins to rise, not the kind that demands certainty, but the kind that allows trust. Trust that God will guide the next step when it is time to take it. You do not need to see the entire path. You only need to trust the next step. Many people remain stuck because they wait for complete certainty before moving. God rarely works that way. He gives enough clarity for obedience, not enough detail to control the outcome. This is where activated faith begins. Activated faith is not dramatic. It is practical trust. Trust that moves gently but decisively. Trust that does not rush but does not retreat either. If you have been afraid of making the wrong decision, understand this: God is more committed to guiding you than you are to following Him. He does not abandon sincere hearts in the middle of movement. You are not walking alone. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection remains active as we move. You are not protected only in stillness. You are protected in motion. God covers your steps, not just your rest. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the inner life as decisions are made. He protects motives, intentions, and direction. He corrects gently if adjustment is needed. This removes the fear of getting it wrong. Right now, God is restoring courage, not reckless courage, but steady willingness. Willingness to respond when opportunity appears. Willingness to say yes when peace confirms it. Willingness to let go when something no longer aligns. This courage does not shout, it stands. You may feel a subtle readiness forming, a sense that life is no longer something to endure, but something to engage again. That readiness is important. It means stagnation is losing influence. God is not pushing you forward, He is inviting you forward. Invitation respects timing. Invitation respects capacity. Invitation respects healing. As faith activates, you may notice resistance attempting to question progress. Thoughts like, what if this doesn't last? Or, what if I fall back? These thoughts are familiar, but they are no longer authoritative. Return to peace. Peace confirms alignment. God does not ask you to monitor your freedom constantly. He asks you to trust His presence within it. Freedom is sustained by relationship, not vigilance. As you prepare to move forward after this prayer, remember this: progress does not need to be fast to be real. Consistency matters more than speed. Small steps taken in peace lead further than rushed steps taken in fear. God is teaching you to walk differently now. Not guarded, not rushed, but aware and anchored. This is the posture that sustains momentum. As this block comes to a close, take a moment to acknowledge what is forming inside you: the willingness, the readiness, the clarity. Do not dismiss it, do not minimize it. God is preparing your next step. Before we move forward, seal this moment with confidence and trust. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as a statement of faith and alignment. As you do, remember that you are part of a community that moves forward together, covered and guided by God. Stay here. Direction is becoming clear. As we continue, it is important to speak about perseverance. Not the kind that forces strength when you are empty, but the kind that remains steady because God is present. Perseverance is not about enduring pain endlessly. It is about walking forward with trust, even when the path is still forming. Many people believe that once freedom begins, everything becomes easy. But freedom does not remove responsibility. It restores capacity. God strengthens you so that you can continue without collapsing when challenges appear. This is where spiritual resilience is built. Resilience is not hardness. It is flexibility anchored in faith. It is the ability to face moments of uncertainty without returning to fear. It is the ability to experience pressure without losing peace. If you have felt fragile in the past, understand this: fragility does not disqualify you. It reveals where God wants to strengthen you, and God strengthens gently, not harshly. As you move forward after this prayer, there may be days that feel light and days that feel heavy. That does not mean freedom is fading. It means life is still unfolding. The difference now is that heaviness no longer defines you. You are learning to remain steady. Steadiness does not mean you never feel emotion. It means emotion no longer controls direction. You acknowledge what you feel without allowing it to dictate what you believe. This is spiritual maturity forming. God does not expect perfection from you. He expects presence. Presence keeps you connected even when understanding is incomplete. Presence allows God to adjust, guide, and strengthen you along the way. Psalm 91 reminds us that God's protection is not seasonal. It does not disappear when life becomes demanding. His covering remains in ordinary days, not just dramatic moments. Psalm 17 reminds us that God defends the inner life continuously. He guards your heart not only during prayer, but during decision-making, conversation, work, and rest. This ongoing protection matters. If resistance tries to reappear, do not be surprised. Resistance often tests what has changed. But what once overwhelmed you will not overwhelm you now. You respond differently. You pause instead of panic. You trust instead of withdraw. That difference is evidence of growth. Perseverance does not require constant effort. It requires consistent return. Return to peace. Return to trust. Return to prayer when needed. Return to awareness that you are not walking alone. God does not ask you to carry the entire journey at once. He walks with you one step at a time. As resilience grows, you may notice that your reactions become slower. You think before responding. You feel less urgency to defend yourself. You feel less pressure to explain everything. That is not indifference. That is security. Security allows perseverance. You may also notice that setbacks no longer feel like failures. They feel like information. You learn, adjust, and continue. This shift protects hope. God is teaching you that progress is not fragile. It bends, adjusts, and continues. If fear tries to convince you that you must always be on guard, remember this: God is your guard. You do not need to live tense to remain protected. Living tense drains strength. Living aware sustains it. As you continue walking forward, allow yourself to grow without rushing. Growth that is rushed often collapses. Growth that is nurtured becomes stable. This is a season of stability. God is not asking you to prove anything to Him or to anyone else. He is inviting you to remain faithful in small, ordinary ways. Faithfulness in the ordinary builds endurance for the extraordinary. If at any point you feel tired again, return to rest. Rest is not retreat. Rest is renewal. Renewal allows perseverance to continue without burnout. God does not want you strong for a moment. He wants you sustained. As this block comes to a close, remember that perseverance is not about pushing through alone. It is about staying connected, staying open, staying aware. You do not need to predict every challenge ahead. God already sees them, and He has already committed to walking with you through them. Before we continue, take a moment to release anything that feels heavy or uncertain by placing it into God's care. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. Whether it is for continued strength, endurance, guidance, or peace, your request matters. This community of intercessors stands with you, and God sees every word. Stay here. Your journey is continuing, and you are not walking it alone. As we continue, it is time to speak about vigilance. Not fear-based vigilance, but healthy spiritual awareness. There is a difference between living guarded by fear and living guided by wisdom. God does not free his children so they can live anxious about losing freedom. He frees them so they can live aware without tension. Healthy vigilance is calm. Fear-based vigilance is exhausting. God is teaching you the difference. After seasons of pressure, many people remain alert in unhealthy ways. They scan constantly for danger. They overanalyze emotions. They question every calm moment. This is not wisdom. It is residue of stress. God gently removes this residue and replaces it with discernment. Discernment does not look for danger everywhere. Discernment recognizes peace when it is present. Right now, God is helping you relearn what safety feels like. Safety is not the absence of challenges, it is the presence of God in the midst of them. When safety is restored internally, vigilance becomes balanced. Balanced vigilance does not disrupt rest. It protects it. You may notice that you are becoming more aware of your inner state, not in a critical way, but in an attentive way. You recognize when something disturbs peace and you pause instead of reacting. That pause is powerful. It prevents old patterns from regaining control. This is spiritual maturity forming. Maturity is not perfection. Maturity is responsiveness guided by peace. God does not want you hyper-alert. He wants you aware and grounded. Awareness allows you to respond wisely without carrying unnecessary weight. If you feel moments of caution arise, do not judge them. Simply examine them gently. Ask yourself, is this wisdom or is this fear? Peace will always accompany wisdom. Tension accompanies fear. Return to peace as your reference point. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection is constant. You do not need to create safety through control. God provides safety through presence. His covering does not require your anxiety to remain active. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the inner life. He protects thoughts before they overwhelm. He alerts gently rather than alarms aggressively. This gentle alerting preserves balance. God is not training you to anticipate harm. He is training you to recognize alignment. Alignment feels calm, steady, and clear. When alignment is present, decisions feel simpler. When alignment is disturbed, wisdom pauses rather than panics. This is how freedom is maintained. As maturity grows, you may notice that you are less reactive to external noise. Opinions, pressure, and comparison lose influence. You are not becoming indifferent. You are becoming centered. Centered people are resilient. Resilience does not mean you never feel shaken. It means you return to balance more quickly. You do not spiral. You do not catastrophize. You adjust and continue. God is strengthening your ability to recalibrate. If unexpected challenges arise, you will notice that your first response is no longer fear. It may be prayer. It may be stillness. It may be thoughtful action. That shift matters more than you realize. You are no longer reacting from survival. You are responding from stability. This is evidence of healing and growth. God is also teaching you boundaries, not walls, but boundaries. Boundaries protect peace without isolating the heart. You learn what to engage and what to step back from. This discernment preserves energy. You may feel less obligated to explain yourself, less pressured to justify decisions, less driven to prove worth. These are signs that identity is stabilizing. God's work in you is becoming integrated into daily life, not confined to prayer moments. Integration is the goal of true freedom. Freedom that only exists during prayer is fragile. Freedom that exists during daily life is mature. As this block continues, allow yourself to appreciate how far you have come, not with pride, but with gratitude. Recognition reinforces stability. You are not the same person you were when this prayer began. Something has shifted in how you relate to yourself, to God, and to life. Do not rush past that realization. As vigilance becomes healthy, trust deepens. Trust that God will alert you when necessary. Trust that peace will guide you. Trust that you do not need to carry everything consciously. God does not overwhelm his children with constant alerts. He speaks when it matters. If at any point you feel uncertain, return to simplicity. Return to prayer. Return to presence. Complexity often increases when trust decreases. God is simplifying your inner world. As we prepare to move forward, anchor this moment by acknowledging what you are learning to embody now. Before we continue, engage your faith with a simple expression. Comment one word that represents the balance or strength God is building in you. It may be wisdom, peace, discernment, stability, trust, or simply amen. Stay here. Maturity is growing and freedom is becoming your normal. As we continue, it is time to speak about how freedom is lived daily, not just felt during prayer, but carried into ordinary moments. True deliverance is not measured by how powerful a prayer feels, but by how life begins to feel lighter afterward. God never intended freedom to be something you visit occasionally. He intended it to be something you live in consistently. Many people experience moments of breakthrough, but struggle to maintain them because they believe freedom must be constantly defended through effort. But God does not maintain freedom through pressure. He maintains it through relationship. Your daily walk with God is not about intensity, it is about consistency. Consistency does not mean perfection. Consistency means returning. Returning to prayer when needed, returning to peace when thoughts become noisy, returning to trust when uncertainty tries to rise. This returning posture keeps freedom alive. As you move through daily life, you may encounter familiar situations that once triggered anxiety or discouragement. The difference now is not that those situations disappear, but that your response has changed. You pause instead of react. You breathe instead of panic. You pray instead of withdraw. These small changes matter deeply. God works through the ordinary. He strengthens faith not only in quiet prayer moments, but in conversations, decisions, work, rest, and waiting. Every ordinary moment becomes a place where freedom is practiced. This is how freedom matures. If at times you feel tempted to measure your progress emotionally, remember this: feelings fluctuate. Alignment remains. God's presence is not dependent on how you feel on a given day. You are not losing ground because you feel tired. You are not failing because a day feels heavy. Freedom does not mean life becomes effortless. It means life becomes navigable without fear dominating every step. Psalm 91 reminds us that God's protection covers daily routines, not just spiritual moments. You are protected when you wake up, when you work, when you rest, and when you sleep. His covering is not limited by location or activity. Psalm 17 reminds us that God continues to guard the inner life. He watches over thoughts as they form. He redirects gently when the mind drifts toward fear or doubt. You are not alone in maintaining awareness. God partners with you. This partnership removes pressure. You are not responsible for maintaining perfection. You are responsible for remaining receptive. Receptiveness keeps the connection open. As you practice daily trust, you may notice that faith becomes quieter but stronger. It no longer needs constant reinforcement. It becomes a steady foundation beneath your choices. This is mature faith. Mature faith does not announce itself loudly. It shows itself in calm decisions, patient waiting, and steady hope. It trusts God even when outcomes are still unfolding. God is not asking you to live hyper-spiritual. He is asking you to live aware. Awareness keeps you connected without exhausting you. If you notice old patterns trying to reappear, do not panic. Patterns lose power when they are recognized calmly. You acknowledge them, return to peace, and continue forward. This calm response breaks cycles. You may also find that you are less drawn to things that once drained you, not because you force yourself to avoid them, but because your appetite has changed. God is reshaping desire, not imposing restriction. This is a sign of inner alignment. Daily freedom is sustained by simple practices. Moments of prayer, moments of gratitude, moments of stillness. These moments do not need to be long to be effective. They need to be sincere. God honors sincerity. As trust deepens, fear loses urgency. Fear may still attempt to speak, but it no longer commands attention. You recognize it and return to truth. Truth is not something you argue for. Truth is something you rest in. God is teaching you to live from rest, not from reaction. This changes everything. If your days become busy, do not assume you have lost connection. God walks with you in motion as much as in stillness. Awareness, not isolation, sustains freedom. You are learning to bring God into daily life, rather than stepping away from life to reach Him. This integration matters. God's presence is not fragile. It does not disappear when attention shifts temporarily. It remains available. Returning is always possible. As this block comes to a close, remember that freedom grows stronger through everyday faithfulness. Small acts of trust accumulate. Quiet obedience builds endurance. You are not behind. You are not failing. You are learning to live differently, and God is pleased with that process. Before we continue, anchor this truth in your spirit and declare it with confidence. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as an act of trust and consistency. As you do, remember that you are standing with a community that chooses daily faith, not momentary emotion. Stay here. Freedom is becoming your way of life. As we continue, this is the moment where hope begins to look forward again. Not with anxiety, not with pressure, but with quiet expectation rooted in trust. God does not restore freedom only to heal the past. He restores it to prepare the future. Hope that has been wounded often becomes cautious. It waits, but without expectation. It watches, but without anticipation. God is healing that posture now. He is restoring a form of hope that is steady, not fragile. Biblical hope is not wishful thinking. It is confident expectation grounded in God's character. Right now, God is reshaping how you look at what is ahead. The future no longer appears as something to fear or avoid. It becomes something to approach with wisdom and peace. This does not mean you suddenly see all the answers. It means fear is no longer defining the questions. Many people lose hope not because God failed, but because waiting became painful. Over time, waiting without clarity can feel like abandonment. God understands this deeply, and He is restoring trust in His timing. God's timing is not punishment. God's timing is protection. He delays what would overwhelm you. He accelerates what would bless you. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are not out of alignment. You are being prepared. As hope renews, you may notice that your imagination changes. You allow yourself to think about good outcomes again. You consider possibilities without immediately dismissing them. That openness matters. God often restores hope before He reveals direction. This protects the heart. Hope that is restored too quickly can collapse under pressure. Hope that is healed gently becomes resilient. God is building resilience in you. As you look ahead, do not measure your future by past disappointments. What did not work before does not determine what God can do next. God is not limited by patterns. He is not restricted by history. History informs wisdom. It does not limit possibility. You may notice that fear tries to interrupt hopeful thoughts. Fear often attempts to guard against disappointment. When that happens, do not judge yourself. Simply return to trust. Trust does not demand certainty. Trust rests in God's faithfulness. Psalm 91 reminds us that God's protection goes before us. He is not only guarding where you are now, He is guarding where you are going. This removes the need to anticipate danger. Psalm 17 reminds us that God examines the heart as it hopes. He protects you from building false expectations. He keeps hope grounded, not inflated. God does not give hope that misleads. He gives hope that sustains. As expectation becomes healthier, impatience loses influence. You stop demanding immediate outcomes. You become willing to walk step by step. This patience is not resignation, it is maturity. Mature hope does not rush God, it trusts Him. You may also notice that comparison loses its grip. When hope is restored internally, the success or timing of others no longer threatens you. You recognize that God's work in your life is personal and intentional. This freedom protects joy. God is not asking you to chase outcomes. He is inviting you to walk with Him toward them. Walking with God always produces peace, even before results appear. If you feel uncertain about the future at times, remember this. Uncertainty does not cancel hope. It simply reminds you to trust. Hope does not require clarity. Hope requires faithfulness. God has been faithful to bring you through what you have already faced. That faithfulness does not stop here. It continues forward. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to imagine a future marked by peace rather than pressure. Not perfection, but presence. Not control, but trust. This vision matters. Vision shapes direction. Direction shapes decisions. Decisions shape life. God is aligning all three. You do not need to plan everything now. You do not need to predict every outcome. You are allowed to move forward with openness rather than certainty. This openness creates space for God to act. As we prepare to move forward, acknowledge what is forming in you now. The willingness to hope again, the courage to trust timing, the patience to walk forward calmly. These are signs of renewal. Before we continue, take a moment to place your future into God's hands by naming what you are trusting Him with. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. Whether it is direction, provision, restoration, or clarity about what comes next, your request matters. This community of intercessors stands with you, and God sees every word. Stay here. Hope is being restored, and your future is unfolding in God's care. As we continue, this is a moment of deliberate surrender. Not surrender as defeat, but surrender as trust. Trust that God's care is sufficient, intentional, and constant. Many people carry hidden stress because they believe everything depends on them. God gently releases that burden now. Control often feels like safety, but it slowly becomes pressure. When you try to manage every outcome, every emotion, every possibility, the soul never truly rests. God does not ask you to abandon responsibility. He asks you to release control that was never meant to be yours. Right now, God is inviting you to place what you cannot manage into His hands. This invitation is not urgent, it is patient, it is safe. Surrender does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop carrying. Carrying creates exhaustion, trust creates rest. If you have felt the need to stay alert all the time, to anticipate problems before they happen, to hold yourself together without help, God sees that effort. He honors your perseverance, and now He offers relief. Relief does not come from having all the answers. Relief comes from knowing who holds them. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to loosen your grip. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but honestly. You do not need to release everything at once. God receives what you offer, even if it is small. You may notice a subtle resistance to letting go. That resistance is familiar. It formed when trust felt risky. God does not judge that resistance. He meets it with patience. Trust is rebuilt gently. Psalm 91 reminds us that God's protection does not depend on our vigilance. We are protected because we dwell in Him, not because we monitor everything perfectly. His care remains active even when we rest. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the inner life. He watches over thoughts and intentions. He notices when the mind tries to take back control and gently redirects it toward peace. You are not required to stay tense, to stay safe. Right now, God is teaching your heart that safety does not come from effort. It comes from presence, His presence. As you surrender control, you may feel lighter or calmer or simply less burdened. Sometimes surrender feels like nothing happening at all. That is okay. What matters is that something is no longer being carried alone. God does not take control away from you to disempower you. He takes control to protect you. He handles outcomes with wisdom that surpasses our understanding. You may notice that worries lose urgency, not because they are solved, but because they are placed into God's care where they belong. This placement is powerful. When worries are placed with God, they no longer circulate endlessly in the mind. They become prayers instead of pressures. Prayers invite peace. If your thoughts attempt to return to problem-solving mode, gently redirect them. You are allowed to plan without anxiety. You are allowed to think without spiraling. Trust creates balance. God does not want you passive. He wants you present. Presence allows you to act when action is needed and rest when rest is needed. Control blurs that distinction. Trust clarifies it. As surrender deepens, you may notice that your body responds. Muscles relax. Breathing deepens. This is not just emotional. It is physical evidence that safety is being recognized. God cares for your whole being. You do not need to explain surrender. You do not need to justify rest. You do not need to prove faith by exhaustion. Faith expresses itself through trust. If fear whispers that letting go is dangerous, remind yourself of this truth. God has never failed you. He has carried you through moments you thought you would not survive. His faithfulness is proven. Surrender does not erase responsibility. It removes isolation. You are no longer carrying your life alone. As this block continues, let your heart settle into this reality. You are held, you are seen, you are guided, you are protected. This does not mean the road ahead is effortless. It means you will not walk it unsupported. God is not asking you to trust blindly. He is asking you to trust relationally. Relationship allows questions. Relationship allows pauses. Relationship allows growth. Trust grows through experience, and this prayer is part of that experience. As you release control, space opens inside you. Space for peace, space for clarity, space for God's guidance to be recognized without noise. Do not rush this space away. Do not fill it with worry. Let it remain. God often does His deepest work in spaces we would normally try to control. As we approach the close of this block, take a moment to notice what feels different. Not dramatically different, but subtly changed. That subtlety matters. Before we move forward, anchor this moment by expressing what you are choosing to rest in now. Comment one word that represents what you are trusting God with today. It may be future, family, healing, direction, peace, or simply amen. Stay here. Control is being released and trust is taking its place. As we continue, something gentle but powerful begins to rise. Renewed faith. Not the kind of faith that shouts or demands attention, but the kind that steadies the heart and quietly reshapes how you see life. This faith does not need to prove itself, it simply remains. Renewed faith often arrives as calm confidence. You stop questioning every step. You stop fearing every outcome. You stop interpreting silence as absence. Instead, you begin to sense God's presence in subtle, sustaining ways. This is where quiet joy begins. Quiet joy is not excitement. It is contentment rooted in trust. It is the awareness that God is near and active, even when nothing dramatic is happening. If your faith has felt tired in the past, understand this. Tired faith is not weak faith. It is faith that has been carrying too much alone. God restores faith by sharing the load, not by demanding more effort. Right now, God is breathing life back into your trust. He is reminding your heart that believing does not require constant intensity. It requires relationship. You may notice that joy begins to return in simple moments. Moments that once felt neutral or heavy now feel lighter. A sense of gratitude emerges without being forced. This is a sign that hope is stabilizing. Hope that is stable does not rise and fall dramatically. It remains present even when circumstances are uncertain. God is teaching you that joy and realism can coexist. You can acknowledge challenges without losing peace. You can face uncertainty without losing hope. This balance is spiritual strength. Psalm 91 reminds us that joy grows under covering. When you know you are protected, fear loses its grip and joy finds space to grow. Protection does not remove responsibility, but it removes dread. Psalm 17 reminds us that God examines the heart with care. He sees where faith was strained. He understands why hope became cautious, and he restores gently so that trust feels safe again. Renewed faith does not erase memory of past struggles. It changes how those memories influence the present. You no longer interpret difficulty as proof that God is distant. You recognize difficulty as part of a journey God is actively guiding. This recognition transforms perspective. You may begin to notice that gratitude becomes more natural, not gratitude for everything that happened, but gratitude for how God carried you through it. That gratitude strengthens faith. Faith grows where gratitude remains. As joy settles quietly, it creates resilience. Resilience allows you to experience emotions without being ruled by them. You feel fully without collapsing. You hope without denial. You trust without naivete. God does not give shallow joy. He gives grounded joy. This joy does not depend on constant success. It depends on consistent presence. God's presence is the anchor. If doubts try to surface, do not be alarmed. Doubts often appear when faith grows quieter because noise is no longer masking them. Acknowledge doubts gently and return to trust. Faith does not require the absence of doubt. It requires the presence of relationship. As hope strengthens, you may find yourself looking forward again, not anxiously, but with openness. You allow yourself to imagine good outcomes without immediately protecting yourself from disappointment. This openness matters. God often restores imagination before he reveals answers. Imagination creates space for God to move. You may also notice that laughter comes more easily, or peace stays longer, or tension leaves quicker. These are signs that joy is integrating into daily life. God is not giving you a temporary emotional lift. He is restoring a sustainable inner posture. As renewed faith takes root, you become less reactive to external circumstances. You are not ignoring reality. You are interpreting it through trust rather than fear. This shift changes everything. You no longer ask, "What if this goes wrong?" as often. You begin to ask, "How is God guiding me through this?" That question invites partnership instead of panic. God is inviting you to live from hope rather than brace for disappointment. This does not mean disappointment will never come. It means disappointment will no longer define your faith. Faith that has survived struggle is not fragile. It is resilient. You have walked through pressure and emerged with greater awareness. That awareness strengthens trust. As this block comes to a close, take a moment to recognize what is growing within you now. The quiet confidence, the gentle joy, the steady hope, these are not accidents, they are evidence of renewal. Before we move forward, anchor this renewal with a declaration of trust and authority. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as an expression of renewed faith. As you do, remember that you are part of a community that believes quietly, consistently, and confidently. Stay here. Faith is being renewed and hope is becoming strong again. As we continue, something essential begins to reawaken. Purpose. Not pressure-driven purpose, not comparison-based purpose, but purpose rooted in meaning and alignment. When freedom settles and faith is renewed, purpose no longer feels like a burden to carry. It becomes a direction to walk in. Many people lose sight of purpose not because they lack calling, but because pressure obscured meaning. When life becomes about survival, purpose narrows, dreams shrink, vision becomes practical instead of inspired. God restores purpose by first restoring peace. Peace clears vision. Right now, God is helping you reconnect with meaning. Meaning answers the question, why does this matter? When meaning is restored, motivation follows naturally. You no longer force yourself forward, you are drawn forward. Purpose does not arrive as a list of tasks. It arrives as alignment of heart and direction. You may begin to notice that certain things feel meaningful again. Conversations carry weight. Opportunities spark interest. Small actions feel significant. This is not coincidence. God is reattaching meaning to life. God does not reveal purpose to overwhelm. He reveals it to orient. Orientation brings focus without pressure. If you have felt disconnected from purpose, understand this. Purpose is not lost. It has been waiting beneath the weight. God removes the weight so purpose can rise naturally. This restoration often begins quietly. You feel a sense of this matters without fully understanding why. That sense is enough for now. God does not require full clarity to begin alignment. Alignment is not about having everything figured out. It is about moving in the same direction as God. Psalm 91 reminds us that when we dwell in God's presence, our steps are protected. Purpose does not expose you to danger when it is aligned with God. It is covered. You're not stepping into uncertainty alone. Psalm 17 reminds us that God examines motives. He refines purpose so it is not driven by fear, approval, or urgency. He aligns desire with wisdom. This refinement protects you from burnout. As purpose restores, you may notice that comparison loses influence. You stop measuring your path against others. You recognize that your journey is specific, intentional, and guided. Comparison clouds purpose. Alignment clarifies it. God is not asking you to do more. He is inviting you to do what matters. What matters may look small to others, but significance is not measured by visibility. Purpose often lives in faithfulness. You may also notice that your sense of time changes. You feel less rushed, less pressured to catch up. That is because purpose rooted in God's timing is not anxious. It trusts process. God's timing does not waste you, it shapes you. As purpose becomes clearer, distractions lose appeal. You are not forcing discipline. Desire is being redirected. God changes appetite before he changes activity. This redirection protects energy. You may feel drawn to invest in what nourishes rather than what drains. That is wisdom forming. Purpose thrives where energy is protected. God is also restoring courage to act on meaning, not reckless action, but intentional steps. You feel willing to engage again, to contribute, to participate in life with presence. This willingness is important. Purpose does not require grand gestures. It requires faithful presence. As you continue forward, you may encounter moments of doubt about whether what you are doing truly matters. When that happens, return to peace. Purpose aligned with God always carries peace, even when outcomes are not immediate. God does not measure purpose by speed. He measures it by faithfulness. You may also sense a renewed sense of responsibility, not pressure, but ownership. Ownership of your inner life, ownership of your choices, ownership of your growth. This ownership empowers rather than burdens. God does not give purpose to control you. He gives purpose to free you. Freedom without purpose can feel empty. Purpose without freedom feels heavy. God restores both together. As meaning deepens, life begins to feel integrated again. You are no longer compartmentalizing faith and daily life. Prayer informs action. Action reflects trust. This integration brings satisfaction. Satisfaction does not mean everything is perfect. It means life feels coherent. God is aligning your inner world with your outer steps. This alignment reduces conflict and increases peace. If you have felt fragmented in the past, this coherence is healing. You are becoming whole again. Whole people walk with confidence, not arrogance. As this block comes to a close, take a moment to acknowledge what feels meaningful again. Do not dismiss it because it feels small. God often plants purpose in small beginnings. Purpose grows as it is honored. Before we continue, I invite you to place what you sense God calling you toward into prayer, trusting His guidance and timing. Write your prayer request in the comments. You are not alone. Whether it is clarity about purpose, courage to take the next step, or patience to trust the process, your request matters. This community of intercessors stands with you, and God sees every word. Stay here. Purpose is being restored, and your walk is becoming aligned. As we continue, it is time to speak about how freedom and purpose express themselves through service. Not service driven by obligation or pressure, but service that flows naturally from a healed and aligned heart. When God restores the inner life, impact follows quietly. True service is not loud. True impact is not forced. When peace is present, your presence becomes meaningful. Many people believe they must do something extraordinary to matter. But God often works through ordinary faithfulness. He uses consistent kindness, steady integrity, and quiet obedience to shape lives in ways we may never fully see. Right now, God is teaching you that your life carries influence even when you are not trying to influence anyone. Influence rooted in peace is powerful because it is authentic. As freedom settles, you may notice a growing desire to give rather than protect. Not because you are trying to earn approval, but because you are no longer depleted. Service flows where wholeness exists. Service does not require perfection. It requires presence. You show up differently now. You listen more carefully. You respond more thoughtfully. You are less reactive and more attentive. These changes may feel subtle, but they are deeply impactful. God does not need you to perform faith. He invites you to live it. Living faith expresses itself through everyday actions, through patience in conversation, through honesty in decisions, through compassion when others struggle. These expressions shape environments. You may not always see the effect, but God does. Psalm 91 reminds us that God's covering accompanies us into every interaction. When you move in peace, you carry protection with you. This protection creates safety not only for you, but often for those around you. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the heart as we engage with the world. He protects motives from drifting into people-pleasing or self-protection. He keeps service rooted in love rather than fear. As you serve from wholeness, joy remains intact. You are not pouring from emptiness. You are sharing from abundance. This preserves energy and prevents burnout. Burnout often comes from serving to prove worth. Joy comes from serving as an expression of worth already known. God is restoring that balance in you. You may notice that opportunities to serve appear naturally. A conversation where someone needs encouragement. A moment where kindness is needed, a situation where integrity matters. These moments do not require preparation, they require awareness. Awareness keeps service simple. God is not asking you to carry responsibility for changing others. He is asking you to remain faithful to who He is shaping you to be. Transformation belongs to God. This removes pressure. As you walk forward, you may find that you are less concerned with recognition. You are satisfied knowing that faithfulness itself is meaningful. This satisfaction protects humility and joy. Humility does not mean thinking less of yourself. It means thinking less about yourself. This freedom allows service to remain light. You may also notice that boundaries remain strong as you serve. You are able to give without overextending. You recognize when to step forward and when to rest. This discernment preserves sustainability. God does not honor exhaustion. He honors faithfulness. Faithfulness looks like consistency over time, showing up again and again with integrity, even when no one is watching. God sees what is unseen, and He values it deeply. Your quiet obedience matters. As impact grows quietly, you may experience a sense of fulfillment that does not depend on results. You know you are aligned. You know you are walking with God. That knowledge steadies the heart. Fulfillment rooted in alignment does not fluctuate with outcomes. God is teaching you to measure success differently, not by applause, but by peace, not by numbers, but by faithfulness, not by speed, but by consistency. This shift brings freedom. You may also find that gratitude increases as you serve. Gratitude for the opportunity to contribute, gratitude for growth, gratitude for how far you have come. Gratitude strengthens joy. Joy strengthens endurance. As service becomes integrated into daily life, faith stops feeling compartmentalized. Prayer informs action. Action reflects trust. This integration creates coherence. Coherence brings stability. God is not building something fragile in you. He is building something lasting, a life that reflects peace, purpose, and presence consistently. If moments of doubt arise about whether your faith is enough, remember this: faithfulness expressed through love is powerful. God multiplies what is offered sincerely. You do not need to do more. You need to remain aligned. As this block comes to a close, take a moment to acknowledge the quiet ways God is using you already. Do not minimize them. God does not. Before we continue, engage your faith with a simple reflection. Comment one word that represents how you want to serve or impact others from this place of peace. It may be love, kindness, faithfulness, patience, light, or simply amen. Stay here. Your life is becoming a quiet testimony of God's work. As we continue, it is time to speak about what remains after moments like this. Not what is temporary, not what fades with emotion, but what endures. This is where legacy begins. Legacy is not about recognition. It is about the quiet imprint faith leaves over time. Many people think legacy is built later in life, but legacy is formed daily. It is shaped by how you live, how you respond, how you carry peace into ordinary moments. God builds legacy through consistency, not spectacle. Right now, God is shaping what will remain from this season. Legacy does not begin with what you accomplish. It begins with who you become. As freedom, faith, and purpose settle into your life, they begin to influence others naturally, not through force, but through presence. People notice steadiness. They notice peace. They notice when someone no longer reacts the way they used to. This influence is subtle, but it is powerful. You may never know how your calm response prevents conflict. You may never know how your patience restores trust. You may never know how your faith encourages someone silently, but God knows. God is not building a moment in you. He is building a witness that speaks even when you are silent, a witness that remains when circumstances change. Psalm 91 reminds us that a life lived under God's covering becomes a place of refuge for others. When people encounter peace in you, they encounter evidence of God's presence. Psalm 17 reminds us that God guards the heart so that influence remains pure. He protects motives from drifting toward pride or control. He keeps legacy rooted in humility. Legacy built in humility lasts. As you walk forward, you may begin to recognize that your choices carry weight beyond yourself. Not pressure, but responsibility. Responsibility to steward peace, to guard integrity, to walk faithfully even when no one is watching. This responsibility is not heavy, it is meaningful. God trusts you with influence because He has healed you first. He does not release influence without restoration. What flows from you now flows from wholeness rather than wound. This protects both you and others. You may also notice that your definition of success continues to change. You are less focused on immediate results and more attentive to long-term fruit. This shift protects patience. Fruit takes time. Roots take time. God is strengthening roots in you. Roots of trust. Roots of peace. Roots of faithfulness. These roots allow your life to remain steady when seasons change. When storms come, roots matter more than appearance. Legacy is also shaped by what you refuse to return to. Old patterns, old reactions, old agreements with fear. Each time you choose peace, you reinforce what remains. God honors these choices. You may feel moments of temptation to revert to familiar stress responses. When that happens, remember how far you have come. Remember what God has done. Choose alignment again. Returning to peace is not failure, it is maturity. As legacy forms, you may feel a growing desire to protect what God has built in you. Protect peace, protect time with God, protect integrity. This is wisdom, not fear. Wisdom preserves what is valuable. God is not asking you to isolate yourself from the world. He's inviting you to engage the world from a place of stability. Engagement from stability creates influence without damage. You are learning to carry God's presence into complexity without losing yourself. That ability matters deeply. Legacy is also about continuity. Faith that continues through seasons. Trust that remains when outcomes change. Hope that endures beyond one answered prayer. God is forming endurance in you. Endurance that does not harden the heart. Endurance that remains soft, receptive, and faithful. This kind of endurance reflects God's character. As you look ahead, you may not know exactly where your path leads. That is okay. Legacy is not about knowing the destination. It is about walking faithfully in the present. God directs steps, not entire lifetimes at once. If uncertainty arises, remember this truth. What God has established in you is not fragile. It will not collapse under the weight of time. Peace rooted in Him endures. You are not carrying this alone. God walks with you beyond this prayer, beyond this moment, into every ordinary day. As this block comes to a close, take a moment to acknowledge what you want to carry forward from this season, not as pressure, but as intention. Before we continue, seal this truth with confidence and trust. God is fighting my battles for me. Write this declaration in the comments as a statement of enduring faith. As you do, remember that legacy is not built in a day, but it is shaped by every faithful step. Stay here. What God is building in you will remain. Before you leave this moment, pause for just a few seconds. What God has done here is not something you were meant to walk away from casually. If this prayer brought peace, clarity, or even quiet strength to your heart, understand this: you are not meant to walk alone. Psalm 91. Warfare exists so that you always have a place of prayer, covering, and faith to return to. This is not just a channel you watch, it is a community you belong to. More than 32,000 intercessors are standing together here, praying daily, believing together, and trusting God through every season. When you subscribe, you are not subscribing to videos. You are choosing consistency in prayer. You are choosing spiritual covering. You are choosing to stay connected. If you believe God is fighting your battles, this is your home. Subscribe to the channel now. Turn on notifications so you never miss a prayer, a moment of covering, or a word of encouragement when you need it most. And before you go, seal this moment with faith. Write this declaration in the comments: God is fighting my battles for me. Then, if you feel led, write one word that represents what God has done in you or what you are trusting Him for next. Stay connected, stay in prayer, stay under God's covering. You are not alone, and you never will be.